What's going on, everybody? It's the most wonderful day of the week because it's Friday, and more importantly, we've got some high-stake college football action. Oregon versus Indiana, Indiana versus Oregon for the right to go and take on the Miami Hurricanes in the College Football National Championship. I am freaking fired up for this game. Ducks the slight underdog. It is a rematch of a game that happened earlier this year in October where Indiana came away with a 10-point victory over the Ducks in Eugene, one of the more difficult places to play in all of college football. And I'm fired up. Searle is fired up. But I don't know if there's anyone more fired up right now than our guy, Marty Malela! With the big bomb to start the show. We hadn't even got the day rocking and rolling yet. I'm from Giants Now Crew, stopping by to spread the love. Marty, I'm well aware of who you are, my good sir. My guy, Marshall Green, is always talking about you, always letting the boys know how big of a deal you are here at Chat Sports. The fact that you got it rocking and rolling this early, that means I need to get it rocking and rolling this early. So, Marty, you got me ready to crack open a Happy Dad. But more importantly, I'm not just going to crack it open. I'm going to shotgun that thing because, sir, you deserve a special opening to the show if you're getting us rocking and rolling that way. While I get ready to get this shotgun rocking and rolling, I need to know who you got. Let me know down below in the comment section. Type Hoosiers if you got Indiana. Type Ducks if you've got the Ducks. Marley Gambino, good to see you, saying that Sco Ducks. Hopefully we see you over on the Oregon Football Report. By the way, we got that thing rocking and rolling. This is a dual stream. We've got the Oregon Football Report up and rocking. I see Christian Malley hanging out with the Ducks. I see Josh Smith. I see Time Man the Buckeye. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out with us. On the main Chat Sports side, I see my guy Trigger. He's hanging out with Marty Malela. He's hanging out with Tim, Steven, Mike Nintendo Master. What's going on, everybody? I cannot wait to get this game rocking and rolling. Everyone knows I'm a big Oregon Duck fan. I need my Duckies to come away with a victory in this one. What up, Ben? What up, Dwayne Johnson? I think that's spelled a different way, but if The Rock is hanging out with us, give me a hell yeah, brother. I know that's stone cold, but still. Trigger, the man, the myth, the Ortner, Ducks year. Yes, sir, I hope so. I'll tell you right now, Josh Smith, he's letting everybody know that he's got the Ducks rocking and rolling in the Oregon Football Report. Between the two channels, we got 100 people hanging out with us. At least that's what my math says. Don't quote me directly on it. Shout out to Trigger. Shout out to Marty Malela. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us on the stream. The most important man behind the scenes, it's the one, it's the only. Tom Searle's hanging out with us. Tom, are you fired up for this matchup, sir?
This is why when the college football playoff was created all those years ago, you dreamed of matchups like this.
Yes.
Big Ten heavyweight fight going down tonight. Rematch from a regular season matchup where I think Indiana really put their name on the map even more than it already was. Proved some doubters wrong in that first matchup with Oregon, and we'll see if they can do it again tonight. But everyone knows it's hard to beat a team twice, especially with the stakes higher like this. Oregon's dealing with a lot of running back, so we'll see. Should be a great game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I cannot wait for this one to get rocking and rolling. About 40 minutes from kickoff, we're going to get into some score prediction stuff. We're going to get into the Super Chat menu, which Marty Malela already kicked off to a hot start. We will get into some of the Oregon players to watch, some of the Indiana players to watch, and we're going to get some of your opinion as well, because this is not just a Will Ortner Talks a Lot show. This is a Chat Sports show, which means we talk with the people. We get the people excited. I like to hear what your opinions are as well. But before we get into any of that, we're going to throw up the Super Chat menu. Searle's going to throw himself back up onto the screen. And then we are going to get our chugs down below in the chat because I got to get this thing rolling because Marty Malela came in with some heat. I can't let him be the only guy with heat in the chat right now. Searle, Can you give me a countdown?
Yes, but we got to get those chugs going. Down in the chat.
Yes,
get them going, get them going, get them going.
Yes, sir. Get those chugs rocking and
All right.
rolling.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's off and running. How we doing tonight, folks, as Ortner crushes this happy dad? Wow, that was...
Bang.
I didn't even have time to ask a question.
Bang. Yeah,
he's ready to go.
That's right, Cyril. That's how we do it. That's how Washington does it. That's how Washington does it in the chat. Thank you guys all so much, by the way, for coming in, rocking with us, hanging out, having a good time. If you are over on the Chat Sports main channel, I'm going to drop a subscribe link. The reason I'm not going to do it over on the Oregon Football Report, because I know if you're in the comment section, you're already subscribed to the Oregon Football Report. If you like college football, if you like the Oregon Ducks, make sure that you hit that sub link. All right, so here's the Super Chat menu. Anyone who sends in a super like my guy Trigger, you're going to make me want to shout just like they do over at Otson Stadium, which, by the way, it never rains over there. A 5 super is going to get you a beer cheers. A 10 is going to get you a little bit of a shot. We're going to do a little double pour because I could not find a shot glass. You send in 100, we're doing a beer boot today. It should be a good time here on the channel. It will be a good time here on the channel. That I can promise you. It's going to be the most fun Peach Bowl that you ever spent with Chat Sports. Now, we are going to get into some of the players to watch, some of the things to watch out for. But before we do that, I need to let you know about the great sponsor of today's video, and that is our good friends over at PrizePicks. This episode is brought to you by PrizePicks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard, but in life and on PrizePicks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and PrizePicks lets you take control. New feature alert! PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on PrizePicks with the new social feeds feature. You can share PrizePicks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow PrizePicks partners like us and tailor-fade our picks with just one click. Super easy. Here's the how to play. You're just going to pick more or less on a player's projected stats. You can go with the flex play, which means if one doesn't hit, you can still cash out. Or you can go with the power play. Does mean all your stuff has to hit. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Love it. Go down below in the comment section right now and let us know what you think the score will be for this game, for this matchup. Who do you think is going to come out the winner? Do you think it's going to be the Oregon Ducks? Do you think it's going to be the Indiana Hoosiers? And you better make sure that you have that score rocking and rolling. Let us know down below in the comment section. I think this is going to be a fun one. I think it's going to be an absolute masterpiece. I think the Ducks got a real good shot at coming out on top. Here is my score prediction so far for this game. I got the Ducks with the avenging victory, 24-21, coming out on top over the Hoosiers. Now, it is important to note that the Ducks, well, they got some injuries that they're dealing with. I'm going to be honest. The Ducks got some injuries that they're dealing with, but I do think that they'll be able to still come out on top. I understand that, hey, you know what? They might not have the healthiest running back room right now. I understand that that could worry some of you and some others here on the channel, but it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Interesting to note. Noah Whittington right now is set to play, and he is suited up, but I don't know that he's actually going to be able to go in this one. He was one of my players to watch, and then all of a sudden that stuff just kind of changed up. So we'll maybe have to talk a little bit more about De'Aaron Hill. All right, so make sure if you love college football that you come on in and like the video as well. We got 20 likes over on our main channel. We've got 5 likes over on the Oregon Football Report. Make sure that you come in and hit that like button. Terminator, you're being mean to me. Why do you think that the Oregon Ducks are not going to come away with a victory? Let me know. Other than just saying lol, 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 lol. I need to know why you think the Ducks are not going to come away with a victory. I need to know. I need to be told. I need to be taught. I need to be given reasoning here, man. I'm not one of those people that can just let you come out and say one thing or say another without actually going into the deep knowledge of it. Christian, you make me want to shout. Yes, sir. We'll get you up and loaded on the screen. But while we're waiting for Christian Super to come on in, give me some more reasonings for why you don't think it can go your way or you think it will go a different way. I need to know. I'm very interested. I'm very interested in that. I'm very interested to know what your opinions are on the show today. I'm seeing Christians. We'll get you up here in just a moment. I do think it is important to mention, by the way, what's up, OG Wakanobi? Good to see you. It is important to note that the first semifinal was played yesterday. That was the Fiesta Bowl. The University of Miami, the U, they came out on top over Ole Miss in what I think was probably the best college football playoff game that I've seen since Georgia-Alabama. Do you kind of feel the same way there, Cyril? Do you kind of feel the same way?
Oh, absolutely. I think that was one for the ages.
100%. It was back and forth. I thought that Ole Miss was going to go all the way down and get the touchdown to bringing themselves back.
And that last play, there was some contact.
Right. Well, they're never going to call that.
Exactly.
They're never ever going to call that.
But it was much closer than I think a lot of people anticipated. Mm-hmm. And I thought Ole Miss, hell, they got down the field in 2 plays, and you're like, oh, they might have a shot here. Right. Just didn't bounce their way, but hell of a season nonetheless for the Rebels.
No, 100%. I'll tell you right now, as a former D2, I'm going to claim All-Star. I guess I technically was kind of an All-American. Just depends on if you're really going to count the 8th team or not. But I'm really happy for Trinidad Chambliss. I think he's a fantastic player. I like getting to watch him and getting to see what he does out on the field. And I'm very disappointed that he didn't end up getting that extra waiver to come back and play for Ole Miss for another season, because I think that he deserves it, and I think that he's a fantastic player. Christian Malley. Hope it will be an exciting game, and I have a 23-16 Ducks. It's already Saturday here in Germany at 1:11 a.m. Christian, first of all, love and appreciate you, man. You've been a beast on Twitter, helping post all of the different stuff that we've got going on Chat Sports, and more importantly, posting some of the stuff that I have going on, man. I love that. I appreciate that. You've really helped me out, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. I cannot believe that you are still up at 1 a.m. over in Germany to watch this game. If you do fall asleep, make sure that you just come right back, because this video will be up on the channel, and you'll be able to find out how crazy the game ended or didn't end, or who ended up coming out on top. I'm hoping that we get a repeat of last night. I thought last night was a fantastic way to end that type of season. I know it's not the official end, but it is the end for Ole Miss. And this is why we went to the 12-team playoff. We want to have the best playoff matchups with the best team. Ole Miss and Miami, if we were still in that 14 playoff, they wouldn't be in. That game would have never happened. Shoot, it almost didn't happen, right? So the fact that Miami was able to get in and now they're in the college football playoff, I think that's so freaking cool, and I think that is fantastic. Now, I do want to update you guys on the latest injury news with the Ducks. By the way, Christian, I owe you an extra long chug, so there you go, sir. Will Ortner pays his debts. All right, so yes, Grant, Trinidad is going to have to go pro. Okay, so Cyril's alerting me they can't appeal it.
They can't appeal it, but I don't know the chances of them actually winning the appeal. Right. How likely that is. So I'd probably say 75% chance he goes pro, 25 or less that he comes back.
100%. So fingers crossed that it ends up going the other way. Fingers crossed that it ends up going the other way and somehow he ends up getting to play, because I don't know that he's going to end up getting to play in the National Football League. I don't know that he is he's big enough, frankly. Injury news to stay up to date on and to be aware of. Jordan Davison, one of the three-headed monster for the Oregon Ducks, he ended up getting hurt in the last game. He actually ended up breaking his clavicle. It was weird. It came out of nowhere. We kind of found out the information from the Oregon Live beat writer for the Ducks, Aaron Fentress. Kind of, like I said, it came out of nowhere. No one had really heard anything that he was hurt. There were like maybe a message board rumor here or there. But Jordan Davison not going to be able to go in this one. He was the power back for the Oregon Ducks, and he really had the most success against Indiana in the first matchup. And he's really grown into being the top guy from that rushing attack. I understand that Noah Whittington is going to have more rushing yards, but more touchdowns was Jordan Davison, and he was really emerging as the key player there. So him not being able to go for the Ducks is a big deal. Next, Evan Stewart. I keep being told, I keep hearing rumors, hey, Evan Stewart's coming back. Evan Stewart's coming back. Evan Stewart's going to be back. He's not back, and he's not back for this game. And so, unfortunately, the Ducks are going to have to be without what a lot of Oregon fans were hoping for, was to be like that late season addition. Indiana on that. So Evan Stewart kind of had one of those unfortunate injuries in the summer. He ended up tearing his patella tendon. So he's been trying to fight his way back from that. There have been rumors he's been practicing off and on throughout the college football playoff, but he hasn't been able to show the coaches that he is ready to go and to actually be out on the field. So unfortunate news. I don't think that if the Ducks win this game and go to the national championship that he'll pop up either. The big injury for the Hoosiers is Stephen Daly. And I think this is one of the more unfortunate injuries that we've ever seen, Searle, because what Daly was doing was he was just kind of hanging out and partying with the Indiana fans, the Indiana faithful. And then he ends up getting hurt after the Big Ten championship game. So he's over there high-fiving, having a grand old time, comes down and has a lower body injury.
He must have been with Bill's Mafia or something.
No, that's the part that's crazy. I've seen the video. Like, he's just going into the stands, jumping up, high-fiving people, whatever.
That's wild.
He comes down and he gets hurt. His season's done after that.
What was the injury?
I believe it was a knee. I believe it was a below knee situation. It almost has like Edwin Diaz vibes, where if you remember that, Edwin Diaz was pitching for Puerto Rico, I believe, or the Dominican Republic. I forget what team he was pitching for in the World Baseball Classic. But he wins the game, and he jumps up on the mound. He's like, yeah, we won. And he lands, and he blows out his knee and is done for the whole year. It's kind of a similar situation to what happened with Daly in this one. So very unfortunate for Indiana, but it is something that they've played the Rose Bowl without, so they're well aware. Now, we talked about missing the running back Jordan Davison. It also looks like there's a potential that Noah Whittington will not be able to go in this one. He's been dealing with an illness. Now, he is suited up. That is important to mention, important to note. But this is coming from Pete Thamel and ESPN's Katie George. She said that Oregon moved 2 defensive players this week over to tailback to try and maybe compensate for some of the tailback injuries. Remember, a lot of those defensive players, the linebackers or some of the safeties as well, did play running back in high school. And because they are such supreme athletes, there's a lot of these guys that can go back and forth and can play a couple of different spots. So both safety, Kilohana Hassan Reeder, I butchered his name, and that's okay. I will get it right one day. And Braden Platt, they switched this week over to offense. Now, I don't know if we'll see either one of them go in this one at that running back position. I do believe that there is a world where we could see Kenyon Sadiq lined up at that running back position. And I think that would be freaking awesome. I think that would be scary, and I think that would be freaking awesome. Here's our live sub counter over on the Oregon Football Report. Just want to make sure that you guys knew about that. In the main channel, It is in the chat right now, so hit that sub button if you love West Coast college football or you love the Oregon Ducks. You want to get more inside information on what's going on over there, hit that sub button. I got content coming out for you every single day. Recent subscribers, shout out to Jay, YZY, what up, boy? Christopher Johnson, Lola, and we're going to call that Pontalba? Sure. Hey, look, we're bad with names. We're working on it. That's why my parents named me Will Ortner. You can't mess up Will Ortner. It's hard to. I did get someone call me Wee Ortner though once, and that was very unfortunate for me and for them, because if you're messing up Will Ortner, like you really got to screw that up. You really got to screw that one up. All right, so I got some players to watch for the Oregon Ducks. Our countdown to kickoff. Don't be shocked, by the way, if it goes a little bit later than what we've got on the board. Searle's done a great job. It is listed to kick off at 6:30. We all know college football. I mean, the only league that is worse at this, is the NBA. The NBA will say that a game is going to tip off at 6:30, and it will tip off at 7. It's ridiculous. And, I get it. Sometimes you have a game before, and so it gets pushed back a little bit. That's not the case here. That's not the case. While I'm giving these Oregon football players to watch, make sure that you come on in and hit that like button. On Main, we have 100 people hanging out with us, Searle. Only 30 likes. That's not good enough. And if you're over on our Duck channel, 15 people watching, 8 likes. Let's get that to 15 apiece. If you're hanging out with us, you're having a good time. It is the best college football stream, in my opinion, going on today. Now, am I biased? Yes, and that's why I said in my opinion. But I do love myself some Will Ortner. All right, Oregon football players to watch that I want to dive into and I want to get into in this matchup. I think it is important to mention, and it is important to talk about with these players what they can be for this team. And Dante Moore right now is in a battle with Fernando Mendoza to be that potential number 1 overall pick. Dante Moore has had an exquisite season, but it's also been a season that's gone up and gone down. And one of the downs for him was when he was playing this Indiana Hoosiers football team. They did a fantastic job of creating pressure, making him feel uncomfortable, to where he threw multiple interceptions in a matchup that, well, frankly, he can't throw multiple interceptions in. So Dante Moore has to show everyone that he is a much more poised and much more polished quarterback in this second matchup against the Hoosiers. The offensive line for the Ducks can also help him out by making sure that they keep him upright. But Dante Moore is a player to watch, because if the Oregon Ducks win this game, Dante Moore will have a good game. If Dante Moore has a good game, I don't know that the Ducks can overcome that. The next player that we need to take a look at is Noah Whittington. And I want everyone to kind of understand why I'm putting Whittington on here. Early on in the week, when we originally made the Oregon players to watch, it was, you got to watch out for Noah Whittington, because he's going to take over that leadership role. He is going to be the main back. He is the elder statesman in that running back room, and he can help with D'Air Hill and get them really in the right spot. That was obviously right when Jaden Lamar entered into the portal. Guys like Jay Harris had announced they were going to enter into the portal, but they weren't officially playing with the Ducks or not playing with the Ducks. Now at this point, Noah Whittington's a player to watch, because will he even be out on the field? Are the Ducks going to go from a 3-headed monster with the potential to use a guy like Lamar or Harris to now being a team that they got one guy? Is Noah Whittington going to be able to fight through the illness that he is dealing with? Is he going to be able to put himself above the team? Or I guess I should say put the team above himself. Is he going to be able to go out and put his body and his health on the line for the Oregon football team? I am interested to see how he does. Next player that you got to watch out for is Kenyon Sadiq. Now, here's what's important to mention when we're talking about Kenyon Sadiq. Kenyon Sadiq in the first matchup was not the healthiest. Kenyon Sadiq was in a position where, frankly, he was expected to be a big performer for the Ducks, and he wasn't able to be, and no one really knew why. We couldn't figure it out. We were trying to kind of go through all of the different rumors that were around him, and he was just beat up. Kenyon Sadiq was beat up. He's not beat up right now. He is as healthy as he's been in quite some time. Kenyon Sadiq has to have a big matchup and be the type of player that Dante Moore can use on third downs, because there's going to be a lot of crucial third downs for this Oregon football team in this game. And if he does not find Kenyon Sadiq, and Kenyon Sadiq doesn't make a guy miss or run through an opposing defender, I don't know that the Oregon Ducks are going to be able to come out with a victory. Now over to the defensive side of the football for Oregon, and I got to talk about the best player in this game that nobody knows about. That is Teitum Tuioti. Now, Oregon fans are going to be in my comments, and they're going to say, Will, what are you talking about? We know damn well about Teitum Tuioti. But I don't know if the Indiana Hoosiers or the other fans of college football know how good Teitum Tuioti is. He is going to be all over your TV screen tonight. He might not make every tackle. He might not make every play. What Teitum Tuioti is going to do is he's going to cause havoc. He leads the Oregon football team this year in sacks. He's also one of their top guys in TFLs. And for the last couple of years that he's been an Oregon Duck, he has been an absolute hell raiser. He is the type of player that he is going to be a college football legend because he's just an inch or two too short. He's not going to get the same love that a guy like Mateo Uyunglele is going to get. But what impresses me the most about Teitum Tuioti is that he doesn't stop. His motor is go freaking go. He made a bunch of plays against Texas Tech, big-time plays. But everyone remembers Mateo Uyunglele's strip and almost touchdown. Teitum Tuioti had more sacks in that game and had more big plays. He's going to have to come up big to stop Fernando Mendoza. Last player, Bear Alexander. And I know if I said that name 2 years ago, college football fans would look at me like I was absolutely insane. How could you talk about Bear Alexander being one of the top performers to watch? How can you talk about Bear Alexander being one of the key players in this matchup? He is a flaky guy. He is a guy who moves from team to team. Was at Georgia, then USC. Now he's at Oregon. He's been one of the best defensive linemen for the Oregon Ducks. Him and Amari Washington have been absolutely fantastic this season. And what the Ducks have to do is stop the rushing attack of the Indiana Hoosiers. Kaelon Black and Hemby ran all over this Oregon team in Eugene, specifically Hemby. He was unstoppable. Roman Hemby did not miss an opportunity to run through an Oregon football player. Bear Alexander has to come up big and stop any types of running from the interior of that offensive line. He has to come up huge. Remember, that offensive line, they won the MVP of the Rose Bowl. Indiana's pretty freaking good. When we look at the Indiana players to watch, number one, it's easy. Fernando Mendoza. He is supposed to be the number one pick in the NFL draft. He is the number one quarterback, according to most people, other than Mel Kiper and Todd McShay, I would say that. But Fernando Mendoza, there's a lot of people, including our good friends over at our Raiders channel, that are going to be watching this game because they are scouting their future QB1. The Oregon football team has to make Fernando Mendoza uncomfortable, and they have to get after him. Remember, the Ducks did cause a pick six in that game. Will they be able to do it again? Running back Roman Hemby. He has been an absolute monster for this Indiana two-headed rushing attack. Yes, I see you, Hoosier Dave. Heisman Mendoza. That's fair. That is fair. He is the Heisman winner. Roman Hemby is a great running back, and we've kind of seen how Indiana wants to use both running backs if you watch that Rose Bowl closely. They are not afraid to use Hemby up the middle. They're not afraid to use Kaelon Black up the middle. They're not afraid to use either running back to the outside. And what they want to do is get a strong rushing attack so that the passing attack doesn't have as much to deal with. Make sure that you're locked in on Roman Hemby. If you're the Oregon Ducks, you're going to have to find a way to stop him. If you're the Indiana Hoosiers, you want Hemby to run wild. By the way, right now we are on shutout watch. Desmond Howard, Pat McAfee, Kirk Herbstreit, and who is Nick? Nick Saban. How did I not realize that was Nick Saban? I'm just used to seeing Saban. They all just picked Indiana to win this game. All four. Over on ESPN, they picked Indiana. We'll see. Next player we got to talk about, Kaelon Black. He is the running back for the Indiana Hoosiers, the second head of that two-headed monster. A little bit more of the physical running back between him and Roman Hemby, although Hemby did absolutely run through Dylan Thieneman in that first matchup. Kaelon Black is a strong running back. He's going to run downhill. If the Oregon Ducks are going to win this game, they have to stop that rushing attack. They have to get into the backfield and play on the Hoosiers' line of scrimmage, on their side of it. In the first matchup, Ducks weren't able to do that. That's why you saw Indiana come away with a victory. Next, wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. If you remember, he's the one who had that crazy, incredible catch against Penn State to help Indiana come away with the victory. By the way, Indiana, only team undefeated so far left on the season. Ducks only loss to Indiana. We'll see if they can avenge it. So Omar Cooper Jr., he is the strong wide receiver for the Hoosiers. Now, they do have multiple other receivers that are good, although Elijah Surratt really did carve up Oregon. I still think that Cooper Jr. is the one to watch in this matchup. He's a great mix of speed as well as excellent route running and great hands for this Hoosiers team. Oregon's going to have to find a way to slow him down and stop him. Lastly, we got defensive back Luis Moore. Now, why did I put Moore on there? Because Dante Moore does not want to throw to Moore. Well, he wants to throw to DeCorian Moore, not Luis Moore. Luis Moore has been fantastic for the Hoosiers, coming up with a lot of interceptions, as well as not afraid to come in and make the big plays. I do think it is important to note when we talk about this Indiana Hoosiers team, they don't make the big mistake. They are as perfect can be when we talk about understanding what their job is and being in their job and executing it to the highest level. If the Ducks are going to win this game, they're going to have to find a way to smoke Indiana through the filter. Shout out Kurt Signetti. But more importantly, they're going to have to find a way to out-execute maybe the best team in college football at execution. When we look at the QB1 comps right now for Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza, you can see why they are both kind of trading blow for blow when it comes to being that number one pick. They are basically even on yards. They are basically even on completion percentage. Fernando Mendoza has a clear edge on touchdowns, and he does kind of have a clear edge when it comes to interceptions and that QB rating. But I'll tell you right now, we got a ways for that, by the way. I'll tell you right now, yeah, they're going to make us stretch it out. When you look at what these two quarterbacks can do, the quarterback with the best stat line will be the team that comes away with the victory. This game is going to come down to those two. This is going to be, in my opinion, and Cyril, you can disagree with me here in a moment. In my opinion, the winner of this game, that QB will be the number one pick in the NFL draft if Dante Moore chooses to come out. Whether it's Indiana who wins or Oregon, the winner of this game will get the number one QB, because whoever comes out on top of this game, that quarterback will take the step forward and do the steps needed to make sure that their team comes away with a victory. I hope it's the Oregon Ducks. I do. But I cannot guarantee that. And hey, look, I know that I'm being biased. I run the Oregon Football Report. What do you want from me? Cyril, what are you most excited to look for in this matchup?
Well, I think there's a few storylines that really headline this one. Obviously, you got the rematch aspect of it. Indiana going into Autzen earlier this season and knocking off Oregon at home. So you're obviously Oregon's going to be looking for revenge. And like you said, the quarterback matchup, and I would agree with you on this, whoever wins this game is more likely to be the number one overall pick. What's that phrase? Big-time players make big-time plays and big-time games.
Shout out Jermaine Kearse.
Exactly. And there's no better measurement stick besides the national championship than a spot to get to the national championship. So I think you were right on hit the pin on the head there. But yeah, I think also with Oregon, the running back position is going to be one to look at. Just like, how do they manage that? Because they're on 2 scholarship backs.
So if Whittington's going to go, you're going to have, I'm calling it 1.5. So De'Aaron Hill, obviously, Jordan Davis and De'Aaron Hill are 2 freshmen that came in this year and exploded onto the scene, because it was originally supposed to be kind of Noah Whittington, Jaden Lamar, maybe even a little bit of Jay Harris as well for the Oregon Ducks, manning that running back position. And Will Stein has always done a great job of kind of running a couple of running backs out there. Even when Bucky Irving was at Oregon, you saw Noah Whittington get some run. You saw Jay Harris get some run. You saw some Jaden Lamar. You saw him get some run, right? So you have always seen a couple of different backs running through the Oregon system. It's very rare that Oregon just goes with one main feature back. So losing one running back doesn't worry me. It's the fact that Jordan Davison has a broken clavicle, and then 10 minutes later, I hear that Jaden Lamar is in the portal. A guy who would have instantly jumped into that role. Now, it does sound like, from my understanding, Jay Harris, while he is in the transfer portal, he will be in action and will be suited up for this game. That is my understanding of it. I could be proven incorrect based on how he has played in this game. But offensive coordinator and future Kentucky head coach Will Stein did say that he plans on using Jay Harris in this matchup. He will be the short down back, the short yardage. He will be the low red zone running back for this Oregon football team. The Ducks need to come away with a big victory in this one to kind of prove a lot of the haters wrong. But also, if Indiana is able to come away with a victory here, remember, Indiana is the only team in the 12-team college football playoff era, which, to be fair, it is 2 seasons. They're the only team to ever have the bye week and come away with a victory. Indiana is on pace to have the most historic and special season that college has ever had, and I think it would actually be, in my opinion, the most impressive season ever had, because if they go on and win the national championship, they would do so without losing a single game. If Indiana is able to do that, you'd be in the argument to call them the greatest team in college football history, and I don't know that I'd have a great argument for you. Now, there would be teams with better players, the early USC teams, the Miami 2001 team is going to stick out in my head. But if this Indiana team is able to get the job done, that is freaking scary. That would be freaking scary. We got about 10 minutes or so left before kickoff. Let me know down below in the comment section, what's your team's key to victory? But more importantly, while you're down there, it would be easy to hit that thumbs up button. Over on Maine, we got 225 people. We got another 50 over on the Oregon Football Report. Hit that thumbs up button if you would, and make sure that you let everybody know that you love college football. Hoosier Dave says lean. I'm assuming that's Lanning. Lanning going to run some gimmicky plays. It depends on your opinion of what's gimmicky and what isn't, but I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Ducks are going to have to find a way to come away with a victory. My GA Bulldogs should be in our end. Yeah, I'm sorry about the Georgia Bulldogs. But, hey, you should have taken care of business. You should have gotten Trinidad Chambliss. As we're looking here, no dice says no excuses, Oregon coach. I can kind of get behind that. I understand that. Chris Gibson says he's listening from Tulsa. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday, my good sir. I can't disagree with you more. TTB, sorry about it. Sorry you don't like the Seattle Bros. Sorry that you're not a big fan of Nirvana. I was listening to Everclear today. Sorry you don't like that stuff. Terminator, what's good? Good to see you. We got some Chat Sports real ones in the building. Absolutely freaking love it. Miguel says, let's go Oregon. Indiana O-line gonna smash those guys coming in from no dice. We'll see. We'll see. They definitely did it in the first matchup. Oh, you just don't like the Seahawks. Well, what if you subscribe to the Oregon Football Report? I mean, that has nothing to do with the Seahawks. I don't even talk about the Seahawks over there. In fact, I only talk about the Oregon football team. That's the Oregon Football Report's most recent sub number. That is a live sub counter. By the way, shout out Restore My Audio for hitting that sub button. We're at 2,300 subscribers. I no longer have to say that we are the smallest channel over at Chat Sports, but I would say that we are the fastest growing Oregon football channel over at Chat Sports. Why? Well, we're the only one. But don't look deep into that information. Just go on in and hit that sub button. Here is our Super Chat menu as they have Kurt Signetti grumpily getting ready to walk out on to the field. Any Super, Searle and I, well, we're going to say your name because you make us want to shout. If you send in a 5, you're going to get a beer. Cheers from me. Today, we're doing Happy Dads. Happy Dads. We're going a little bit in between. We got a watermelon, and then we got a lemon lime. We'll bounce back and forth between those two. If you send in that 10, I couldn't find the shot glasses. It is what it is. We're going to give you a little bit of a deeper pull, a longer chug. And of course, hey, by the way, I should show the people this, Cyril. We got a beer boot loaded up. Ready to go. You send in 100 or you end up accumulating 100 in today's show. We'll make sure that we get that beer boot down. We already had the man, the myth, the legend, Marty Malela show up and drop in a 50. Guess what that means? It means that your boy had to finish a beer. We went shotgun style. Very cool, very yummy. We like what we got rocking with us. 316 with us over on Maine. Another 30 rocking with us over on the Oregon Football Report. Hit that thumbs up button. The more that you like the video, and I know you can only do it once, but if you hit that thumbs up button on the video, it allows more college football fans to come on into our streams, hang out, and have a good time with us. You want to hit that thumbs up button. By the way, we are closing in on 427,000 subscribers over on our main Chat Sports channel. That is fantastic. No dice. Cheers to you. I know that you subbed. I really appreciate that. Yes, Grant. Yes, we are. But I'll tell you right now, Tyler Smith does a fantastic job on that channel. And if you like that team, you should make sure that you hit that sub button. Home of Pearl Jam, baby. Yes. Seattle is the home of Pearl Jam. Also, Temple of the Dog. Cyril, what you know about Temple of the Dog? You know a little bit about Temple of the Dog? Do you know any of the grunge? Any of the grunge?
I'm sorry, no.
No, that's okay. No. Look, I'm going to be honest. I know a couple of the songs. I'm not going to be able to name them. As soon as they come on, I'll be like, hey, that's grunge. But look, I'm well-versed in what grunge has going on. Dan Lanning coming out looking like an absolute psychopath. I believe that's Poncho right next to him. Love that for the Oregon football team. Looking beautiful in that green helmet with the orange wing tips. Nice white. Ooh, watch out. Terminator says, I'm snowed in at home. I can't do nothing but watch Indiana spank the Ducks. I hope that they don't, but I hope that you enjoy the snow. Going to be a real fun one. Shane Cotton says, go Hoosiers from Tennessee. We asked you earlier, but there's a lot more of you hanging out with us now. Who you got in this matchup as the Oregon Ducks run out onto the field? A lot of hooting and hollering, and guess what? They even got some flames going. If you want to root for the Ducks, you're going to type O into the comment section. If you're going to root for the Indiana Hoosiers, you're going to type that IU. A lot of people typing in IU, including the great Gage Kilbourne. He's typing IU. Gage, if you don't hit that sub button for the Oregon Football Report, I'm going to be mad at you. It's right there, Gage. It's right there. Your English teacher, say hello. Ooh, Skoho Ducks. Your English teacher, by the way, hit that sub button. Hang out with us over on the Oregon Football Report because this is a dual stream. We got both channels going, rocking with you right now. A lot of people over in the Oregon Football Report stream as well. A lot of people rocking with us over here on the Chat Sports main channel, and it is growing. Light switches, quack, quack. I love that. IU 15 wins. Let's go. Terminator says IU all day. And Watt says, oh, Ducks with hearts. Love that. Temple of the Dogs. Oh, no. Did I mess it up? Ooh. Get out of here, bots. Get out of here, bots. We're not dealing with you right now. Hey, a lot of bald men coming out for this coin toss right now. Great haircuts all around, Cyril. Great haircuts all around.
That should be you out there.
It should be. There's not one man with a set of hair, apparently, at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Not one man is out there with a full set of hair, and I think that's beautiful. Shout out to Miguel and Christian typing those O's in the chat over at the Oregon Football Report. Man, oh man, do we have a fun one today. All right. I love how they went like by baldest man in the middle, and then it's slightly out. Like one guy's still rocking he's got the monk, the side, and then the other guy, I think that might be painted on hair. Like, dude, just give it up. That's what I'm saying. Like, I had to go bald at 24. You can go bald at 50. It'll be fine. Or invest in some hair plugs. Indiana's going to win the coin toss. They have decided to defer. Oregon football is going to get the ball first. Going to be a fun matchup in the Peach. Grant, you went bald at 24. Prove it, big dog. We're fuzzy right now, but there you go, big dog. There you go, sir. Look at that. I proved it there for you. Kurt Signetti right now trying his best to hear Molly McGrath. If you're excited for kickoff right now, whether you're on the Oregon Football Report or you're on the main chat sports channel, I better see a lot of me's down below in the chat. DeLuca Joey, I see your love for the Miami Hurricanes, but I need to see your me's down below in the chat. Christian Malley says me. He's fired up. I appreciate it, Grant. That means the world to me. DeLuca Joey's in the chat. He says me. I see Mike Nintendo Master. I see Kylan. I see Paula. I see Grant, that guy. What's going on? Everybody spamming those me's down below in the chat. Terminator says me. Love it, sir. Love it. I see Chris. I love you too, Chris, myself. Cheryl says me. Darren says me. Mike Nintendo Master says me. Ann Watts says me. I see Duluth. You're from the Marshall Green channel. Shout out to you, man. Marshall Green's a beast. He's one of my good buddies over here. I see Eli Jeff Bartlett. What up? Your English teacher. Me. If you're fired up for college football, you better be spamming those me's right now. Get it rocking and roll it. I'm seeing a hell yeah, brother, right now because Indiana just kicked off to the Oregon football team, and we are underway in Georgia. Big hit by the Indiana Hoosiers. Big hit by the Indiana Hoosiers. Oregon's going to start inside their own 20. Boy, oh boy. If you're just getting here, by the way, here's that sub link over to the Oregon Football Report. Hit that like button. We're under 100 likes. If you combine the two channels, that is not good enough. Hit that thumbs up button because you better get fired up. Dante Moore is about to come out on the field. Dante freaking Moore is about to come out on the field. Oh, what are we doing? There is an injured Indiana player on the field. I take it back. I know. Searle's reprimanding me. I know. I apologize. Looks like hopefully not too big of an injury. Yeah, hopefully. Who is that? Number 1. Looks like Farrell. Bad with words. Bad with names. That's okay. All right. Oregon Ducks, 1st and 10. First drive of the college football playoff semifinal. It's the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Ducks need to come. I think if you're the Oregon Ducks, you got to find a way to go on a sustained drive here. But more importantly, you got to come away with some sort of points. Doesn't have to be a touchdown. Would preferably be a touchdown. But I'll tell you right now, you got to come away with some points. Yeah, it did already start. Dang. All right. Love it. Fun Friday night. Best spot to be on a Friday night. If you can't be at the game, it's hanging out with us here on Chat Sports. Dante Moore in the shotgun. He's looking for an open receiver. Oh, he just threw a pick 6 to start the game. No freaking way. Absolute horror. Absolute calamity. The one thing that Dante Moore could not do to start the game, he freaking did. Wow. What are you looking at, Dante? Shout out Jackson Jones. Good to see you. It's not going well. Shout out to Scott. I just got punched in the mouth. That's incredible. That was quick. I don't know what to do now. Searle, quit laughing. Oh my goodness. What is he doing?
I don't know what he was looking at.
That's a horrible decision. Pons is just sitting there waiting. Dante Moore's trying to get the ball to his number 1 receiver, Malik Benson. He's playing 8 yards off. You can't throw an out back shoulder. What? Wow. Remember how I said 3 points would be nice?
Yeah.
It's not real nice. Gage! If you're going to talk trash, at least do it in the Oregon Football Report, sir. If you're going to make me mad, do it in the Oregon Football Report, because I know then you are subscribed. Well, you know what? This is how a number 1 draft pick quarterback shows just that he's ready for football. He starts himself off in a hole, and then he fixes it. Yeah, that's what Dante Moore is going to do. That wasn't good. That was not good at all. 43 of you hanging out at the Oregon Football Report. Hit that sub button. If you're over at our main chat sports channel, there's 500 of you, and you haven't hit that sub button. It's already in the comment section. In fact, I'll put it in one more time. Hit that sub button. Glad I didn't go fix my dinner just yet, Clayton. Yeah. Yeah, that was quick. Yep. Dante Moore, in the 2 IU games, he's thrown 3 interceptions. He's played a full game against Indiana and 1 play. Pick 6 to start the game. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. How bad is that? All right, well, we're going to run the ball this time for the Ducks. Dier Hill ends up getting a decent gain. Going to be about 4 yards there. Wish we would have done that on play 1. Wish that would have been the decision on play 1. Hey, plenty of time. It's okay. I'm not going to get upset and start yelling at Tosh Lapoy for spending more time worried about what was happening over with Cal. I'm not going to get mad at Will Stein for worrying about what was happening more so with Kentucky. Handoff. Jay Hill, he's got some space to the right side. Manhandling Indiana all the way to a first down. This game is far from over. Jeff Bartlett, you make me want to shout. Yes, sir. We'll get you up here on the screen in just a moment. It'll take us a minute. But once we do, we'll get that up there for you. Type those ones. Jay Harris absolutely running through a tackle. By the way, a lot of people talking about Trinidad Chambliss and the fact that he's a D2 legend. Jay Harris, also D2 legend. Northwest Missouri State. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. All right, Dante Moore back to pass. Nice screen pass setup. Jay Harris, plenty of room, running through an arm tackle of the Indiana Hoosiers. You better keep typing those ones because the Ducks got another first down. Hey, we're just spotting points, Indiana. We're just spotting points. That's all right. That's all right. We're just spotting points. We're just spotting points. That's okay. That's okay. It was a bad throw. We're all right. We're all right. Jay Harris came into the year with 116 rushing yards on the season. He already has a catch for over 10 and a run for about 7. Handoff up the middle. Jay Harris going to get another 3 or so. Yes, it is. Jeff! What's going on, sir? Excited for this game. As a Big Ten fan, it's an extension of the season. As a fan of either program, let's watch football and see who goes to the NFL. Cheers to you, which, by the way, I'll have that drink after this play. Jeff, big fan of Big Ten football, but right now, bigger fan of Oregon Duck football. Dante Moore back to pass in the shotgun. Plenty of time. Nice pitch and catch. Oh, my goodness. His tight end, Jamari Johnson, unable to bring that one down. That's a ball you got to have. That is a ball you have to have. It hits him right in the hands. That's Johnson. It's not Kenyon. 3rd and 7. It's a 3rd and long for the Oregon football team. DeLuca, Joey, I hope you have a good time over there. Hope you have a good time over there. All right, ball on the 49-yard line. Got to feel like this might be 4 down territory for the Ducks. Dante Moore back to pass. A blitz does come. Flips it out to Malik Benson. They're not going to need fourth down to get that first down. Great pitch and catch there. Understanding that the blitz is coming from the left. As a quarterback, what do? You fire the ball where the blitz was coming from. Great job by Dante Moore. He's settling in. Beautiful throw. Beautiful catch. Type those ones because the Oregon Ducks got another first down. Hit that thumbs up button, by the way. We have not gotten to 100 likes between the two channels combined. Not good enough. Hit that thumbs up button if you love college football. Dante Moore under center. He's going to hand that ball up the middle. Jay Harris, nice play. He's going to get 3, but where I'm most impressed is he ran through an arm tackle 2 yards in the backfield. Jay Harris just went from a running back who was not getting any touches at all to maybe now the most important running back for the Oregon football team. He might be the most important running back for the Oregon football team. De'Aaron Hill's fantastic. He is fantastic. But he cannot run in between the middle like Jay Harris can or Jordan Davison could. Shout out to Grant. I hope you have a good time. Don't take an arrow to the knee. Roger Moore, let's go Ducks. I love it. 2nd and 7 for Oregon. Handoff up the middle. Harris, patient, ends up finding some space. Nice little run. It's going to be 3rd and short for the Oregon Ducks. Type those 3s in the chat, whether you're an Oregon fan and you want the Ducks to get this first down, or whether you're an Indiana fan and you want the Ducks to get stopped. Type those 3s down below in whichever chat you are hanging out with us in. On Main, 5 likes away from 100. 739 of you over there. You better hit that thumbs up button. By the way, we're 2 likes away from 25 likes over on Ducks. Dante Moore, back to pass. He's looking towards the end zone. Doesn't find anybody. Guess who he finds? Jay Harris. First down, Ducks. Spam those ones. Jay Harris continues to come up huge for the Oregon football team. Over 100 likes over on Main. Bang! Shout out to all of you. Say it, don't spray it, William. A little bit of spit. Tim Haskins says Hoosiers are hungry. The Ducks are too. And I am. I forgot to eat dinner. 1st and 10 for the Ducks on the Indiana side of the field. Now, you might be wondering how the Hoosiers get that 7 points. Dante Moore threw in pick 6 to start the game. This is technically the Ducks' second drive. Handoff. Nope, just kidding. Zone read action. Dante Moore is going to keep it himself. Going to get a gain of 6 on the ground. I was wondering if this was going to happen. They ran Kenyon Sadiq across on the little jet sweep action. He ended up holding on to that football. Dante Moore did and running it himself. We're at 2,300 subscribers over on the Oregon Football Report. If you're hanging out with us over there on that channel, I already know that you hit the sub button. But I am putting into both chats right now that sub link. So if you're watching, but you're not subscribed to the channel, hit that sub button. What are you going to get? You're going to get Oregon content throughout the year of 2026, as close to daily as I possibly can get it. Dante Moore, he's got a little bit of pressure. Looks for an open receiver, finds one. Guess who? Kenyon Sadiq, Oregon. First down. Spam those ones. Great job by the Ducks. By the way, the Ducks, they are in a very good spot, a.k.a. the PrizePicks Red Zone. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. OG Wakanobi! You make me want to shout. I'll let you know right now, and I can do this because there is a timeout on the field. We're going to go to a commercial. Based on the way that the graphics kind of work, my good sir, unfortunately, we cannot do that for you. That is why I will be as locked in as possible right now and telling you where the Ducks are. They are in the PrizePicks Red Zone. They're just inside of the 20-yard line of the Indiana Hoosiers. So I do want to let you know that I apologize that we cannot do that. Unfortunately, that is just that's a thing that in college football we just aren't able to do. I will make sure that you are updated as much as possible. Because I'll tell you right now, if it was possible for that to happen, my guy Searle would make sure that it did happen. Searle's an absolute beast. OG Wakanobi, give us field position in your graphics. I just told you, unfortunately, we are unable to do that. I will make sure that you are kept up to date. Grant, my favorite beer. Today we're rocking with the Happy Dads, but I'll tell you what. If I had a go-to, Searle, it's the Pub Beer. That's a local Portland beer. Yep.
Interesting.
I will not give any more shout-outs other than saying that. It's my favorite beer. It's my favorite one. It's fantastic.
I'm more of a Busch Light guy myself.
That doesn't shock me.
Being from Nebraska and all.
I know. That doesn't shock me. Busch latte type of guy. Here's our Super Chat menu, by the way. You've heard me say it whenever anyone has sent in a Super Chat. I do the "you make me want to shout." Searle's been killing it, by the way. That's what the Ducks do. They sing shout in between the third quarter going into the fourth quarter. Thought we'd bring that one into today's action. You send in a 5, you're going to get a beer. Cheers. You're going to get an extra long little chug there from your boy. You send in a 10. You send in that 100. Guess what? Guess what we got rolling here? We got that beer boot. So if we get to that 100 point, we'll make sure that we down that beer. We get to 200, we'll down that beer as well. Right now, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, we're a little over 20 away. Between the two channels. Is Whittington injured? He is questionable right now with an illness, my good sir. Ooh, Grant asks you, Searle, is it Bush Apple or Bush Peach?
Neither. Those are too sweet for me.
Ooh, you just like the normal.
Busch Light.
You
Straight up.
Okay. I can't hate on that one.
I will say in the fall, like if I'm drinking Busch Apple, I can only do like 2 of them.
Gotcha.
And then I'm like, I've had enough.
I will say it's hard to find the apple. I do love the apple. Apple's fantastic. Big fan of the apple. I do enjoy it. I'm seeing OMG Mickey's. Shout out, Roger. Shout out. Hey, Roger, make sure you're subscribed to the Oregon Football Report. Biggs, let's go Ducks. Yes, sir. Go Ducks. Current drive for the Ducks, 11 plays, 58 yards inside the PrizePicks red zone. Ball right now on the 16-yard line. Dante Moore is under center for Oregon. Hands off, up the middle, nowhere to go for Jay Harris. He's going to get tackled in the backfield. That's the first real negative play for Jay Harris and the rushing attack of the Oregon Ducks. The passing attack, there's been some negative play. There's been at least one negative play. Kurt Signetti, by the way, has the weirdest scowl, the most angry scowl I've ever seen. Hit that sub button for our main channel, by the way. You are going to get NFL coverage, college football coverage, NBA coverage, and even a little bit of MLB coverage when that season gets back underway. So make sure you hit that sub button. Dante Moore in the shotgun, 2nd and 12 for the Ducks. Ball on the 19-yard line. He's got a ton of time. Oregon's offensive line doing great. Oh, he had an open De'Aaron Hill and sailed it. He sailed it. Dante Moore had it. Sailed it. Not good. Not good there from Dante Moore. Ducks going to be in a 3rd and long. Type those 3s down below. Right now, the Oregon football team, I do not love where they are at. Now, you got a good kicker. You got to love Atticus Sappington. I don't love that Indiana could have their first drive out on the field and they're up 7-3. I don't love that. I think you got to find a way. You got to find a way to get this first down. Pressure comes from Indiana. Moore has time. Delivers a strike. Touchdown, Oregon! What a throw! Way to come back from the early miscue. Jamari Johnson, the second tight end for the Ducks, comes away with a touchdown. He has settled down Marley. What a great throw. What a great catch. Ducks have an opportunity with a kick to tie this game up. What a great response there by Dante Moore. What a response by Dante when you needed him most. Like the Avatar, Aang, he came. Pause. Sappington's kick is up and through. We are tied up. Dante Moore has now thrown 2 touchdowns. The problem is one was to Indiana. That's the big problem. It was a good pass. Shout out. That was a great pass and great job by Johnson, by the way, looking that one all the way in because he did miss a pretty good catch early on. Big news there for the Ducks. Indiana and Mendoza, they're going to have their opportunity for the first time to come out on offense. But before we get into that action, I got to let you know about the sponsor of today's video, and that, of course, is our good friends over at PrizePicks. This episode is brought to you by PrizePicks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on PrizePicks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and PrizePicks lets you take control. New feature alert! PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on PrizePicks with the new social feeds feature. You can share PrizePicks with your friends or copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow PrizePicks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. Here's how to play. You're going to choose 2 or more players, and then you're going to pick more or less on their projected stats. It is fantastic to do in his fantastic time. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. It's good to be the Oregon Ducks right now. Hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. We're steadily growing. That is a live sub counter, by the way. So the minute that someone subs, heads on over, hits that sub button, your name actually could pop up on that recent subscribers. Shout out to Restore My Audio and I Am Bravo. Really helping grow the channel over there. The bots are lethal Terminator, but guess what? We're canceling them out. We're canceling out the bots. 130 likes over on the main channel, only 26 over on the Oregon Football Report. Hit that thumbs up button. Help the channel grow and grow and grow. You hit that thumbs up button, it tells YouTube to send more college football fans over to the channel. 73 people hanging out over in the Oregon Football Report. I believe that is the most that we've had over there. OG Wakanobi! You make me want to shout. Yes, sir. Dude, that's awesome. Not that you don't have cable, but that you are watching the game via us. I'm glad that you're having a good time. The way that I would basically say that watching us is like is very similar to listening to radio back in the day. And that is actually my my old way of, yeah, that's the best way to say it. Thank you, Cyril. I appreciate that. Shout out to Grants, the guy liked and sub. That's why you're a beast. I am Bravo. Excited to see an Oregon Football Report show. Sir, we got a couple that are on the channel. You're watching a live episode right now. And guess what? We'll have an instant reaction as soon as this game is over out on the channel as well. So that's why you sub. That's why you hang out. RW, you're annoying. Watching the game via you. Cable is out because I had to have my sewer line dug up. Sorry that your cable's out, OG. That is unfortunate. I do apologize for you. Right out on the field, Indiana going to hand the ball off to Hemby. He has nowhere to go. The Oregon Ducks are flying downhill right now. Going to be about a gain of 1. Interesting to see what we're going to see from Mendoza. By the way, OG. Cheers to you, my good sir. Cheers to you. Roger Moore. Good to see you. Good to see you. Roger Moore, make sure you subscribe to the Oregon Football Report. I know you're a big Duck fan. 2nd and 9 right now for the Hoosiers. Mendoza, he finds a wide receiver out on the edge. Going to set up the Hoosiers for a 3rd and medium. It's going to be 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, right in that range. Nice catch there by Elijah Surratt. Surratt had one of his biggest games of the year when he played Oregon down in Autzen. Big catch, by the way, in the end zone to seal that one for a victory. 3rd and 4 for Indiana. Are the Ducks going to be able to come up with a stop? They show pressure. They bring pressure. They do not get there. Nice throw on the sideline. What an incredible catch by Elijah Surratt. The Ducks were all over him. Strong hands. Great throw by Mendoza where only his guy could get it. Wow. In fact, I'm surprised that wasn't a penalty there. Iffy in coverage. That's his name, by the way. Iffy, I-F-Y. Iffy. 1st and 10 for Indiana. They're on the Oregon side of the field. Handoff up the middle. Decent amount of room there for Hemby. He's going to get 4. Dylan Thieneman coming up making the tackle. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow, Searle. We're going to have a fun one today. We are going to have a fun one today. The Ducks are going to have to find a way to get some stops, though. Going to have to find a way to get some stops. Hit that thumbs up button, by the way, while you're hanging out with us. Mendoza in the shotgun. Ooh, do we have some movement? We did. False start on the Indiana Hoosiers. That's going to back them up 5. Going to turn into a 2nd and long. 2nd and 11. Benson has a cowboy collar and a jump offsides. Signetti losing a little bit of his hair. I get it. Benson jumps here for Indiana. He's got to try and block Mateo Uyungale, who's up in a 2-point stance. That's pretty tough. Trying to stop Mateo is difficult enough when he's not ready to go. Handoff up the middle. Kaelon Black's going to get a decent gain. It's going to be a 3rd and medium. Wow. They really let him push the pile there. Blake Purchase was the Duck who came away with that one. Bear Alexander also a part of that tackle. Going to be about 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5 here. Spam those 3s down below in the chat. Whether you want Indiana to get the first down or you want the Oregon Ducks to come up with a stop. Spam those 3s. Wow, they gave him a lot more yards on that. There has not been a stop yet on 3rd down. Ducks are 3 for 3. Hoosiers are 1 for 1. Which defense will get the stop first? Mendoza, back to pass. Has an open receiver. Easy pitch and catch. Easy pitch and catch there for Indiana. 1st down, Indiana. Spam those 1s. It's just understanding where the leverage is. I mean, right there, nice little crossing route. Betcher's behind him, not in a position to guard. It's not Betcher's fault. It's just a good route concept. You have someone run deep, someone running out. If it's man coverage, there's nothing Betcher can do. Handoff up the middle, Kaelon Black, and I was worried that this was going to happen. He's a little bit more of the put one foot in the ground, put your head down type of runner between him and Hemby, although Hemby's not too different. He had a nice run there. It's going to be 2nd and medium for the Hoosiers, which is all you can really ask for. It's all you can really ask for. And it's smart. Hemby gets 4 or 5 plays. Kaelon Black gets 4 or 5 plays. No, I think he's just getting some water. Mendoza, handoff. Hemby. Oh, he's got room. Carving up the Oregon defense, getting into the PrizePicks red zone. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. If you're the Oregon Ducks, you got to find a way to force a field goal here. Don't know how you do it. But the rushing attack that I was so worried about going into this one, that O-line of Indiana, they're just opening up holes. Right now. Handoff, Hemby, he's got the edge, and the Ducks are in trouble. Hemby not able to get into the end zone, but he got damn close to getting that first down if he didn't get it. The Ducks are just getting manhandled right now on the offensive line. In the trenches, it is a win. Teitum Tuioti just gets wrapped up, never has a chance. Purchase gets blocked inside. He was supposed to have that edge. First and goal for the Hoosiers. This offensive line for Indiana is impressive as hell. 2 likes away over on the Oregon Football Report from 30 likes. Hit that like button. Tackled in the backfield, Roman Hemby. Great play. Great play by the Oregon Ducks. That's Porter. Defensive lineman coming up with a huge stop. Got to find a way. Got to find a way if you're the Ducks to get a stop here. Tosh Lapoy, the Oregon defensive coordinator, has not been able to stop this rushing attack. Over 40 yards already on the ground in just one drive. Just one drive. That's not good. Mendoza in the shotgun. He's going to take a quick pass. Has an open receiver. Omar Cooper. That's a touchdown, Hoosiers. Mendoza was perfect on that drive. Fernando Mendoza was perfect on that drive. 75 yards, 11 plays. And Indiana scored, and they scored quickly. Lanning and Lapoy are talking it out right now, trying to figure out how they can stop this attack for the Hoosiers because they went through that defense like a hot knife through butter. Wow. It's going to be back and forth all game long, man. It's going to be back and forth all game frickin' long. It's all good. It's all good. I've been impressed so far with both the quarterback play, but I mean, it would be silly to say right now, it would be silly to say that Mendoza hasn't been the most impressive. It would be silly to say that Mendoza has not been the most impressive. He's perfect on that drive. 4 for 4. Easy touchdown. Ducks have to figure out something on the defensive side of the football because this is getting big. This is getting bad. 4 for 4 for 41 yards and a touchdown. He had the big third down conversion. Simple little out routes. Right now, Oregon's trying to go man, and it's really not working for the Ducks. Roman Hemby, by the way, stellar performance so far, Cyril. What do you have to say about the rushing attack from the Hoosiers?
Super impressed with the Hoosier offensive line.
Yes.
I did not expect them to push around Oregon like this.
Mm-hmm.
We knew this offensive line was good. Obviously, they won the MVP of the Rose Bowl, which is saying something. Didn't expect this, but super impressed with the offensive line as a whole. Oregon's going to have to make adjustments, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what the easy adjustment is, because if you add more into the box, which they've been doing to get the stop on the rushing attack, that's when you've seen man coverage just get absolutely burned by Mendoza. Both Kaelon Black and Roman Hemby have over 5 yards a carry on their average right now. Crazy. Dante Moore has been close to as good as Mendoza, but you saw the bugaboo that he has from time to time. Throws interceptions. Pick 6 is the difference in this game. That's the difference right now. It's the pick 6. And I felt like Indiana moved through the Oregon defense easier than what Oregon was able to do to the Hoosiers. It's just not good enough, man. It's just not good enough right now if you're the Oregon Ducks. We might get a shootout. I think that's kind of surprising. But it's the honest truth right now. We might actually get a shootout. Give me a follow over on Instagram, or on Twitter, excuse me. I just put my Twitter into the chat. If you follow me over there, you're going to get a lot of NFL extra content. You're going to get a lot of extra content if you are a fan of the Oregon Ducks. great reason to go in and hit that follow button. Follow me during the stream today. I will shout you out at some point. I can promise you that. Promise you that. All right, we're getting back underway. Stop me if you've heard this before. The Indiana Hoosiers kicking the ball off to the Oregon Ducks. That is the third time it's happened in this game. By the way, it's also important to note that Indiana's going to get the ball to start the second half. That's just not great coverage there by the DB either. Like, you're set up inside out. As soon as Cooper breaks outside, Flowers has just got to go with him. That's bad coverage there by Flowers. What up, Bobby Ducky? Good to see you. Thank you for hitting that sub button in the channel. Make sure that you like the stream. Right now, we are just 10 likes away from 200 likes between the two streams. Dante Moore in the shotgun, going to hand the ball off to Jay Harris. He's had the most success so far in this game against the Indiana defense. He's going to get a gain of 4 there. Important to note that Jay Harris, while he is in the portal, he is still able to play for the Oregon football team in this matchup. 2 likes away, by the way, from getting over 200 between the two streams, so make sure that we get there. Ducks look like they're going to have one more play before the end of the half. They don't have to call it if they don't want to. Dante Moore is checking the play at the line. And he's going to let this one go to the end of the quarter. At the end of one, Dante Moore has thrown 2 touchdowns. The problem, one was to the Indiana Hoosiers. Indiana 14, Oregon 7. Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, end of the first quarter. End of the first quarter. What up, Ty Man? Good to see you. Robert says, let's go Hoopsers. I think he meant Hoosiers, but that's okay. I know what you meant. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I knew what team you were talking about. If you haven't had the option yet to hit that sub button, make sure that you do so on the Oregon Football Report. We are trying to get to 2,500 today. Come on in and hit that sub button. If we get to 2,350, I'll do a beer cheers. Every 50 subscribers that we get over on the Oregon Football Report, I'll give you a beer cheers. I've already been drinking a little bit today. I want to be drinking a lot of bit. Right now, go down below in the comment section and grade how Indiana played against the Oregon football team in that first quarter. Ducks versus Indiana. Where would you say Indiana played? A, B, C, D, or F? Searle, I'm going to give the floor to you first before I start doing those shout-outs.
Yeah. I think for Indiana, you couldn't have asked for a better first quarter. Obviously, that pick six is the ideal way every team wants to start, but it doesn't always happen, clearly. Yeah. But it was huge that they were able to capitalize on that. Their offensive line is setting a tone. Mm-hmm. Oregon doesn't have an answer for it.
Yep.
I'd give them an A in that first quarter.
Yep. I think I give them a B+ only because, and this might be more so my bias than anything else, they did give up a touchdown. Yeah. Like, if they don't give up a touchdown, to me, this home run, and I'd actually probably be peeing my pants right now. I'd be worried about what is going on with the Ducks. Bobby Ducky, you send me in a 20. I will finish this whole thing. Promise. But you got to send in that 20. I would say with Indiana, like, aside from the second Duck drive, they've been perfect. 100%. You wanted to be able to run the football? You've been able to run the football. You wanted to be able to make Oregon earn everything that they got? You've done it. And you got a turnover already on defense. What more could you really ask for? Angel says B, A-. Terminator says you're right. If Oregon doesn't score, Indiana gets an A. I would agree. That first quarter was quick. I agree. Great Oregon against Indiana so far in this game. A, B, C, D, or F?
Well, yeah, what say you?
C+?
Yeah.
B-? Like,
I'd lean C+ just because of the pick six.
Right.
That is the worst possible way to start this game.
No, it could not have been a worse way to get this game rocking and rolling. It just kind of is what it is, though, at the end of the day. Like, I would say that defensively, I was disappointed. You had a couple of stops but couldn't get off the field. And then offensively, aside from the pick six, I've actually thought the Ducks have looked good. Now, they have had to earn everything, a lot more so than what Indiana did. But to be fair also to Indiana, by the way, it was your first 10. So everything is scripted. You know the looks that you're going to get, more than likely.
Yeah.
We'll see how they do when they get off script. But the Dante Moore interception to start the game looms.
It was a good bounce
large.
back. Good bounce back from him, though.
Very good bounce back. That is true. Very good bounce back. One of the incompletions, very difficult throw. He just missed it. The other incompletion, I would not say was his fault. We're back out on the field. Handoff up the middle. Jay Harris pushing forward, setting the Ducks up for a 3rd and 2. And he's shaking his finger right now. Jay Harris went from your 5th back in this week to now your number 1, which is crazy. Because De'Ara Hill is just more so a change of pace back. Noah Whittington, he ends up being sick, not really able to go in this game. Then you've got Jordan Davison who breaks his clavicle. I thought we might see more Noah Whittington. I still think that we will. But him not being able to go really in the first quarter is worrisome. Really worrisome. 3rd and 2 here for the Ducks. I'd be interested to see what they do. Handoff up the middle. Great play call there by Indiana. I think that's a zone read, and that's a bad read by Dante Moore. It was very clear that Indiana had a player there for Jay Harris, and he still handed the ball off. Dante Moore has not looked the most ready for prime time. Let's just say that. That's a horrible block there by the right tackle. Horrible block. 4th and 3. That was Kamara, by the way, for Indiana. And because Oregon was so far on their own side, they do have to punt. Now, it is important to note it is Dan Lanning. If there's going to be a fake called by anyone, it would be him. Punt is away. Ducks did not fake it. Defense has to come away with a big stop here. Good punt inside of the 20-yard line of the Hoosiers. But that, you really couldn't have that. The offensive line really whiffed on that block. But that's the thing. That's a zone read there. Dante Moore has the option to pull that ball down and keep it himself, and he didn't. You got to keep that ball. Indiana got some dogs, 100%. They're barking too. Indiana's got some dogs, and they are barking. Here's our super chat menu for the show today. Any super you're going to make me want to shout. You've already seen a large crew. OG Wakanobi, Christian, Marty Malela, and my good friend Trigger. You send in that super. OG, I said they are inside of their own 20, the Hoosiers, when they come back out. We are at a commercial right now, though, sir. I'll make sure that I keep you updated. Thank you for keeping me honest. You send in that 5, you're going to get the beer cheers. You send in that 10, you're going to get an extra long chug. By the way, send in that 100. We're going to get that beer boot rocking. Also, we are just, quick math, 6 likes away from hitting 200 likes between the 2 streams. Right now, we're on the main chat sports channel as well as the Oregon Football Report. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. The more likes that you get on the stream, the more opportunities I will have to go to the bosses to let them know that we need to do more of these. So make sure that you hit that thumbs up button. By the way, we're closing in on 426,800 here on the main chat sports channel. So go on in and hit that sub button if you haven't. Seahawks got the talent to make the Super Bowl. Not going to lie, they got an elite defense. Joseph, I do appreciate you talking about that. Roger Moore says Mendoza might be the only good QB to come out. I don't know that I would blame Dante Moore other than, well, yeah, he threw the interception. You're right. Dante Moore has looked a little rattled. He's looked a little rattled. I think you're seeing the age difference. Right now. Obviously, his stats haven't changed because he didn't throw the ball at all in that last drive. He's got to pull that football, Cyril. It's a zone read there. You have got to see that the defensive end is crashing down hard and pull the football. I understand that his right tackle missed a horrific block, but Kamara is not the read. The read is the outside backer there. Dante Moore's got to be better with the football. Offensive line has to be better right now. I know they're dealing with some injuries on that O-line, but it's got to be better, man. It's got to be freaking better. Joseph, I like how I went to talking about Indiana to the Seahawks a little. I just be talking about a bunch of different things. Me too. De'Aaron Hill, he's been kind of your third running back for the squad this year. Not a great running day. On the other side, Jay Harris has really been leading the charge. And you're seeing that yards per average way down. That's because he's had 2 negative plays. I feel like Jay Harris has ran pretty well. 3 yards in a cloud of dust. 3 yards in a cloud of dust. He's been pretty damn good in today's action. Mendoza back out for the second time today. Can he stay perfect? He's 4 for 4. Handoff up the middle. Ducks are clearly committing more into that running game. Dylan Thieneman, great tackle in the backfield on Kaelon Black. Going to be a no gain there for the Hoosiers. This is what the Ducks are going to have to do. This is what the Ducks are going to have to do. They are going to have to send more after this rushing attack because of how good that O-line is playing for Indiana. But that does mean you're having more one-on-one matchups. You got to be locked in defensively so Mendoza doesn't pick you apart. Handoff up the middle. Nice play. Ducks, again, get a big tackle. Ball on the Hoosiers' 21-yard line. Teitum Tuioti and Bryce Betcher combined for that one. It's 3rd and long. You have to get this stop if you're the Oregon Ducks. You have got to get this stop. It's 3rd and 8. If you're the Hoosiers, this could be back-breaking. A back-breaking first down if you get it. Mendoza in the shotgun. He's got Black off to his left. Ducks send pressure. Oh, no, they don't have anyone for Mendoza, and he scrambles for a first down. Easily running away to get it. The Ducks did not stay in their rush lanes. They brought pressure from the field. Mendoza read it and ran. He's been perfect today. Tuioti gets too far up the field, and Bear Alexander gets trapped inside. Washington unable to bring Mendoza down. He gets a first down and then some. Tuioti has to stop his rush when he gets to the quarterback. He can't keep running high side there. Ball on the 41-yard line of the Hoosiers. Handoff, and they got some room on the edge. Kaelon Black is going to get brought down by Bryce Betcher. A flag does appear on the field. First penalty that we've seen. Oh, second penalty. There was a false start for the Hoosiers. Hit that sub button if you're over on the main channel. We got you covered for all the college football action you could want. Illegal block. They just called an illegal block below the waist on Iffy. So what they're doing is, so here's what the penalty is on the Oregon Ducks. It's on the Ducks. It's a 15-yard penalty, automatic first down for the Hoosiers. No longer, if you are about to get blocked, are you able to dive at the legs of an offensive lineman. Just like they are no longer allowed to dive at your legs. I would also say here, do you want Iffy to just get clapped? Ball in the 40-yard line of the Oregon Ducks. Roman Hemby gets a handoff, going to be a gain of 2. Brought down by Mateo Uyungale. That was a penalty that the Ducks could not have. I get it. You can't be diving at their knees. It sets up for bad injuries. But at the same time, is Iffy just supposed to take it there? Is he just supposed to get destroyed? I don't know if I love that. Make sure that you hit that like button right now. We are just 20 or so away between the two channels from getting that 250 number. I keep seeing the brother, Oregon, quickly getting to Mendoza on the quick count. Ball knocked away. Another 3rd and long for the Ducks. Great play by Bryce Betcher. Here's the thing. If the Ducks can get this stop, I don't know that Indiana goes for it. It might be 4-down territory with the ball in the 40-yard line or so of the Oregon Ducks. I don't know if Indiana's in field goal range. Ducks need a stop here. Mendoza back to pass. Ducks don't bring pressure. They get to him, and they strip it. Mendoza recovers it. He can't throw it, though. He's brought down way in the backfield. What an incredible play ball back, but now he cannot throw. The Ducks come away with a huge stop on third down and push Indiana well outside of field goal range. And that does mean that Indiana's going to have to punt. That was best case scenario. Oh my goodness. Cinema. What a play when you needed it most. Indiana's going to have to punt it away. Malik Benson is going to catch it and return this one. Excuse me, that's Gary Bryant Jr. He's going to get brought down right around the 13-yard line of the Oregon Ducks. 1st and 10, Oregon. The only way that could have gone better for the Duckies is if he would have been able to recover it. If Wyatt recovers that. Wow. Great play by Wyatt, Uyunglele, and Washington to make sure that Mendoza got brought down to the ground. Marley is right. Ducks have to take a shot down the field. Searle, can you breathe? Because I can't.
Not going to lie, I thought Mendoza was going to pick it up and find an open receiver.
I don't believe he could throw that there. Because remember, he's going to throw. Right. Well, maybe he could have.
If someone was going...
Well, because if the ball gets batted and the quarterback catches it, they cannot throw the football again. That's
even if they're behind the line of scrimmage?
Yes. So if the ball gets batted and they catch it and then they try and throw again, that is a penalty. I'm not sure how it works if you get your arm hit as you're trying to throw.
So I would imagine since it was a fumble, not a batted pass, he could have if he wanted to.
Which I would agree with you.
Yeah. But I thought that was going to happen for a sec. Thank God it didn't.
Dude, if he would have thrown that one away, you would have seen me. I don't know if all-time crash out is correct, but hooey would not have been good. Huge play by the Ducks. Huge play. But now you have to score a touchdown. You got to score a touchdown. And I don't know how they come away with. You're going to have to come up with stops. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know where you get it, but you're going to have to come away with stops. I don't know how either defense comes away with a ton of stops in this one. I've just been very impressed with both offenses. Thank you to those who have subbed over to the Oregon Football Report. If you have not, make sure that you do so. Sub for Oregon Football Dub. Shout out to SLXCCC. I am Bravo. Restore my audio. JNYZY boy. Thank you guys so much for hitting that sub button. After Laser, you're getting it right here, man. You're getting it right here. Hit that like button, by the way. We just crossed over that 250 mark. Let's get to that 300 number. Con Man says that Indiana's champs, just to save everyone time. Con Man, it makes me hard to trust you with your username. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying when you have a nickname that is literally Con Man, it can be hard for me to trust you all the time. That's all that I'm saying. I don't know if Con Man is the best name to use. If you think you're going to get it. I don't know. I'd be worried about Miami. Miami's good. They run the football. They play strong. They play physical. It's a good team, man. Mario Cristobal's built a very, 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 very good team. Very, very freaking good. Oregon football is back out on the field. De'Aaron Hill in at running back. Dante Moore in the pistol right now. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Dante Moore just fumbled the football. Are you kidding me? De'Aaron Hill just ran into the back of his arm. What is happening? What are we frickin' doing? Dante Moore has another turnover. Unbelievable. He goes to throw the ball, and De'Aaron Hill runs right into the football. That is a fumble. Oregon, after coming up with the biggest stop of the game, they are going to have to try and find a way from keeping Indiana out of the end zone. Indiana's defense did nothing. He went to throw the football, and D'Eriq Hill ran way too close. But at the same time, Dante Moore has to make sure that he clears him there. It's an RPO read. He has space out to the left side. Dante Moore is letting the moment be too big for him. Inside of the PrizePicks red zone are the Indiana Hoosiers. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. First and goal run goes nowhere for the Hoosiers. Right now, they are inside the 5-yard line of the Oregon Ducks. This is bad. Turnovers are the difference in this game. Ball in the 2-yard line of the Ducks. Hoosiers handoff up the middle. Kaelon Black gets stopped short. He does get stopped short, but if I'm the Hoosiers, I got 2 plays to score and I'm on the 1-yard line. I'm running the football up the middle. Sell out for the run if you're the Oregon Ducks. If they pull a play action pass, they pull a play action pass. Sell out for the run. However big of bodies you can put in, do it now. That is horrible. Dante Moore has played himself out of being a first-round pick. That is brutal. Handoff again up the middle. That's a touchdown, Hoosiers. Kaelon Black into the end zone. It is 20-7. Hoosiers. The Ducks have 2 turnovers. That's the difference in this game. PAT is up, and it is good for the Hoosiers. It's 2 bad miscues. Now, it's not all on Dante Moore. And what I mean by that is a little bit of that is on Hill, but at the same time, a little bit of that is also on Dante. If you are doing an RPO read and you pull it to throw, you have to clear the running back because the running back has a path that he is running through. Now, Hill, when he realizes that it's not going to go to him, needs to deviate slightly from that path. And he did not. But that is bad. That is bad. Chadron, we are so cursed right now. Yeah, it feels like it, man. Frickin' feels like it. Doesn't feel good. Gotta love Indiana, says Terminator. You can see the Ducks have severe talent advantage over the Hoosiers. Got to protect the ball, says Roger Moore. I agree. Conman says this one's about to get ugly for the Ducks. If they don't go down and score points here, yeah. That's the thing. Indiana doesn't make mistakes, and Oregon's made 2 big ones in the first half and dug themselves the ultimate hole. The ultimate hole. Because if you look at the live stats right now, here's the 2-team comp. Aside from turnovers, this is an even game. The yards are basically the same. The time of possession is basically the same. The first downs are the same. The difference is that Indiana got a pick 6 and they recovered a fumble on the 3-yard line. That's the difference. That is the difference. Roger, I don't know if Oregon's getting outcoached. Dante Moore made a bad decision with the football in the first play of the game. And you had a bad, you weren't following your technique. Between Moore and Hill, they both, I would say it's 50-50, were not following their technique. Brother says Indiana can turn it over too. That might be the only way the Ducks get back in this one. It might be the only way that the Ducks get back into this game. It's brutal right now if you're the Oregon Ducks. De'Aaron Hill's one of the return man back. You got to figure this out, man. Dante Moore, you're dealing with adversity now, brother. Find a way. Find a way to find a way. Well, Roger, you're not using the three-headed monster because Jordan Davison has a broken clavicle. Noah Whittington got sick. Hit that thumbs up button. De'Aaron Hill lets that one go out the back of the end zone. Right now, we're 40 likes away from 300 between the two streams. Hit that thumbs up button. And now I think you're seeing more and more why Hill has been losing the number one reps so far to Jay Harris. Say what you will about Jay Harris. That guy does his job. He's been doing his job to the utmost. Missing Jaden Lamar is huge right now in this game. Huge. Missing Jordan Davison is bigger. Dante Moore hands the ball off. Jay Harris, nowhere to go. Indiana's selling out for the run. Oregon just got punched in the mouth, and they don't have a comeback. Noah Whittington also has a wrap on his ankle. I was told sickness. Sounds like he's dealing with an injury as well. Hit that sub button. We're just 17 away from 800 over on our main channel. Dante Moore back to throw. Has an open receiver. Jay Harris. Nice. First down, Oregon. Type those ones. Dante Moore settles himself down. Finds his running back out of the backfield. Jay Harris. Ducks have been really attacking the middle of the field. Ball's on the 40-yard line for Oregon on their side of the field. Handoff up the middle. Jay Harris has some room. Running through a couple of arm tackles. Nice play there. Going to be 2nd and 3. Gain of 7. Oregon playing too safe, says Con Man. I don't disagree. Hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. We're putting that into the chat, by the way, over on main. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I'm going to put it over in the chat here in just a moment. Make sure that you hit that thumbs up button and you subscribe to the Oregon Football Report. Why? Well, because we've got the best Oregon football content on YouTube, in my opinion. Dante Moore in the shotgun. They're going to take a shot here. He's looking. You can't take that sack. You cannot take that sack. Dante Moore's inexperience is showing. That sucks. Ratcliffe gets to him there. Dante Moore brought down. 3rd and 3. You got to throw that ball away. It's clear that the Ducks are trying to take a shot. I don't have an issue with that. Indiana does a great job of making sure that everyone is covered. Dante Moore's got to use his legs to get out of the pocket and throw that ball away. He's brought down into sack, and now the Ducks have 3rd and 12. Another big mistake for the Ducks. Dante Moore back to pass. Indiana gets pressure on him, and he is tripped up and brought down. Tries to escape up the middle. Unable to do so. Ducks on the drive before. They ran the ball well. Gets him down to a 3rd and 3 or a 2nd and 3. Try to throw the football. I don't hate the shot that they try and take. Doesn't get there. Simple fire zone from Indiana. And that's the thing. Moore tries to slide through the gap. There is a clear gap there. He just trips. It's almost like he expected contact that never came. Ducks defense has to get a stop here and get off the field. Because Indiana's going to get the ball to start the half, and they're going to get a great punt return back on this one. Indiana's going to get brought down, but not before the punt returner gets the ball to the 39-yard line of the Hoosiers. Indiana punched Oregon in the mouth, and they don't have a comeback for it. Yeah, Moore is expecting contact that never comes. He leans his shoulder in like he's expecting to get hit, and it never came. It never frickin' came, and he just fell on his face. Almost like when you're messing with your older brother, and he's got his hand on your head, and they let you go. This sucks. You know what doesn't suck? Our good friends over at PrizePicks. This episode is brought to you by PrizePicks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on PrizePicks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and PrizePicks lets you take control. New feature alert! PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on PrizePicks with the new social feeds feature. You can share PrizePicks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow PrizePicks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. How to play PrizePicks? Pretty simple. Choose 2 to 6 player projections and pick the more or less on their projected stats. You can choose the flex play, where if one of your picks does not hit, you can still win. If you choose the power play, all your players got to come away with more or less. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. That link is in the comment section of both chats. You can go in and hit that button if you'd like to do so. Shout out to our good friends over at PrizePicks. All right. We've got just under 5 minutes left to go in this one. Ducks got to find a way to come out on top. Got to find a way to come out on top. Ducks got to find a way to get a stop here. If they do not, Indiana will also get the ball to start the half. So if you're Kurt Cignetti, you're trying to find a way to take 4 minutes and 53 seconds of this clock. So that way you can score and then get the ball back again. And if that happens, this ball game is done. This ball game would be done. Hit the thumbs up button, by the way. We are so close to 300 likes between the two streams. If you're on the Oregon Football Report, 3 more gets us to 40. If you're over on the main Chat Sports channel, you hit that thumbs up button. You're going to help us get to 250 over there. Shout out. What's up, official Oski? Wow. It's over, Ducks. This team will not stop scoring regardless. Chadrin says, so many great teams we had. Man, why can't we play in the big game? Indiana back to pass. Oregon getting a little bit of pressure on Mendoza. Nice play by Bryce Betcher. Bringing down Roman Hemby. He's beating on his chest. He is the senior leader for this Oregon football team. If the Ducks are going to win, this defense has to get a stop here. Ducks still have all 3 timeouts, by the way. That is important to note. Indiana only has 2. Turnover margin is going to be the difference between this game, too. Indiana back to pass. Mendoza looking over. What an incredible catch. Elijah Surratt brings down his second great catch of the ball game. Flag on the field. It's going to be pass interference on the defense. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. First down for Indiana, and they're on the Oregon side of the field. Steven! Thank you. I appreciate it. He has not thrown this ball, Mendoza, by the way. Ooh, I don't know that he actually did catch that. Obviously, there is a penalty. That ball moves. Mendoza back to pass on first down. He's rolling out. Nice job there by Mendoza. He attacks like he's going to run. Defender comes away from Omar Cooper Jr. Easy pitch and catch. Second and short now for the Hoosiers. Steven! You make me want to shout. Oh, man. By the way, we are just 20 away from that boot. Next person that sends in a 20, we're doing a boot at the next break. Mendoza back to pass on 2nd and 3, doing what the Ducks tried to do. Wow, what a great throw. What a great catch. Touchdown, Becker. The route is on in Georgia. Charlie Becker with an incredible 36-yard touchdown reception. 27-7, 20-point lead for the Hoosiers. OG, maybe not. Maybe not. Hoosiers with the PAT, and it's up and through. 28-27, 21-point game. Oregon had one stop and immediately gave the ball back to the Hoosiers. That's it. That's the difference in this ball game. That is the difference in this ball game. Ducks aren't getting any pressure. The offensive line for the Hoosiers is playing out of their minds. Mendoza threw a perfect ball. Every ball that's been 50-50, Indiana has come down with. I'm incredibly impressed. Cooper Jr., Surratt, Becker, they've been incredible in this game. Mendoza's got one incompletion, and that's the first one that he threw at Finney. That's the first ball that's been thrown at Finney. Ducks got a long way to go in this one. 3:13 left. You got to score a touchdown. You have to. By the way, Georgia is loud right now. Very Hoosier-centric. Very Hoosier-centric. Came into this one, I thought this would be the better game of the two. It doesn't look like it's going to be that. Indiana has punched Oregon in the mouth, and they have no answer. Mendoza's been perfect on the day. He's been perfect. He has one incomplete pass. Otherwise, he's been perfect. Ball on the 25-yard line for the Oregon Ducks. Handoff to Dier Hill. He's got some space. Going to get 5. Ducks got to go fast, though. They do have all 3 timeouts. Once the 2-minute timeout does hit, the Ducks will be able to just kind of dice the ball down the field because every first down, the time will stop. 2nd and 6. Dante Moore back in the shotgun. He's looking. He's going to get hit, and he fumbles. Indiana's going to get that ball. Dante Moore just got destroyed. Wow. Indiana's going to be up 35-7. Getting the ball back. Wow. 3rd Indiana sack, 3rd takeaway. Moore has no feel for where he's at. He just got destroyed. Oregon is getting destroyed right now in the trenches, and it's not going well. It's just a simple tech stunt. Center isn't there to help clean him up. Indiana now has the ball on the 21-yard line of the Ducks. Holy cow. Mendoza ends up keeping that ball on the zone read, runs through Bryce Betcher. He runs like a coward, yet at the same time he runs through everybody. Coward is probably a mean word to say there, but he runs like he's afraid to get hit. The Hoosiers are in the PrizePicks red zone. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. It's good to be the Indiana Hoosiers today. Hoosier Dave, I'm sorry. Wow. We're at the 2-minute timeout. If you're the Indiana Hoosiers, there's no reason to rush. He runs like this. He runs like he's afraid to get hit, yet he runs through everybody. I'm at a loss for words right now, Searle. I'm at a loss for words, man.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, no one could have seen this.
It's so bad.
This is horrible.
It's so bad.
I mean, it's great if you're an Indiana fan. Go crazy. Have a few drinks tonight. But good Lord. And I get Oregon's down the running backs. Even if they had their top 3 backs, I'm not sure how much of a difference that would make.
No,
they've been outplayed in every facet of the game.
The offensive line has been dominated by the Indiana defensive line. The Indiana defensive line has dominated the Oregon offensive line. And Dante Moore's been bad. He's been bad, man. He's been really bad. And I hate to say that about a kid, but at the same time, we're both in our 20s.
Yeah.
He's been bad. He hasn't looked good. This Oregon football team has not looked good.
Dante certainly isn't helping his draft stock. Might be coming back another year after tonight.
Dude. He essentially has 35 yards today.
Well, and this doesn't even show the fumbles either.
Right. He's got 2. All 3 turnovers. I don't know if I can fully blame him for the last one because he just got destroyed. True. But if the offensive line, Harkey, the right tackle for the Oregon Ducks, thank goodness he's gone. He sucks today. He sucks today. He misses a block on a 3rd down that gets your team stopped. He's given up 2 sacks in this game. I can't even be mad at the Oregon defense for not getting a single stop because they've been put in the worst position. This is bad, man. This is bad. A pathetic showing. Jason, they're not firing Lanning. They're in this national semifinal. Although I will tell you, the ultimate doomsday scenario is popping into my head right now. Mario Cristobal winning at Miami. Mario Cristobal winning a title at Miami is the ultimate doomsday. Yeah. That would not go well. Nick Saban, by the way, pretty good shape. Hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. Shout out to Michaela, Spoolin, and Ian. Latest subs over on the Oregon Football Report. If you're not subscribed to the channel, you're missing out. A lot of great content. Yeah, we do have a good recruiting class. Handoff up the middle. Nice run there for Kaelon Black. Justin, you're watching BDA. You're watching BDA, dude. Type those 3s. Ducks need a big stop here. They did call a timeout. Don't worry, Justin. We'll get you here on the screen in a moment. I love that name, by the way. Turvey. It's a funny name. I don't know how the Ducks are. I don't know how Indiana loses, by the way. If this is what they're going to look like, we might have it might be the ugliest college football national championship since Georgia TCU.
Could you be looking
that we see
at another Georgia TCU in the championship?
It might be a butt whooping. Tyler, 2nd year in a row, I finally tuned in to watch the Ducks. I don't know why I keep doing it. Why are they such trash in big moments? I don't know. Denzel wants more to go. Mendoza, quick little screen pass out to the side. Mixon unable to bring in the tackle. Going to be a first down for Pons. Going to be a first down for the Hoosiers. Pons, by the way, is the guy who had the pick 6. Shout out to Justin. You make me want to shout. So do the Ducks right now. Indiana, I can't remember if I said it, so I'll say it again. They're in the PrizePicks red zone. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. There's your beer cheers, man. Ian, I'm just seeing a game in Ohio. I'm a Buckeye fan. I see Oregon playing like the Browns. OG Wakanobi's still keeping some trust in the Ducks. He says, let's see what happens at the end of the half. Dan going to give them a stern talking to. Phil Knight's trying his best to buy a chip, but it still didn't work. Ball don't lie, says TD Productions. Yeah, man, it's not going well. The difference in this game, 3 takeaways. They have 14 points on them. About to have 21. The difference is the Hoosiers. They have built a great roster there under Cignetti, and they have done a fantastic job, in my opinion, of getting guys that execute at the highest level. Mendoza, handoff up the middle. Hemby, he's going to get stopped, but not before he gets all the way to the 1-yard line. In fact, Indiana almost drug him into the end zone. Justin, I think you're right. I don't think that Miami has the discipline to beat the Indiana Hoosiers. Then again, I thought this game was going to be close. The hell do I know? What the hell do I know? Ian says he feels bad for Oregon. I don't know, man. I feel bad as an Oregon fan right now, but could be worse. Could be worse. Mendoza pitches it out to Hemby. Oh, he gets tackled in the backfield. Great job there by the Oregon Duck defensive line. Going to set up a 3rd and goal. Is it a victory if you force a field goal?
I don't know how much. Getting a stop here would be great, but you're still going to be down 24.
You're going to be down 24 with less than a minute left to go. And by the way, you're kicking the ball back to Indiana at the end of the half. The start of the next half, excuse me. 8 subscribers away over on our main channel. Hit that sub button. By the way, we just got over 300 likes between the 2 streams. I cannot believe that this wasn't a close game. You can't blame the running backs. It's not the difference. Oregon on the season had 4 first-half turnovers. Today they have 3. Dante Moore has 2 fumbles. And he has the pick 6 to start the game. If I'm Indiana here, I run it right up the middle again. Oregon hasn't really stopped you. Well, TD, at least we do both like the Seahawks. That is true. Mendoza in the shotgun. I think that's interesting. He's going to quick throw this one out. Nice. Elijah Surratt. I don't know that he got into the end zone. They're going to give him the touchdown. I don't know if he got in. I don't know that Surratt got in there. They're going to say that he did for now. By the way, the beer jugs or beer glasses that they have over there, that might be the most ridiculously big beer jugs I've seen. He did get in. Wow. That is about as close as you can get to not getting the first down, but he did, or getting into the end zone, excuse me. He kept, yeah. I don't know that you can see the ball. I was going to say, I don't know that you can see the ball there. I think he's going to get in. I think that's a touchdown. Josh Pate just tweeted, it's a splattering in Atlanta. Yep. Well, his butt is down. I can't. Right. I think he's in. I'm impressed that he was able to keep his knee from hitting the ground. It was upheld. 34-7, Indiana. $34-7. This is so bad. Yup. Yes, it is. So you want to do the post-game show right now, or? I was going to say 59 seconds left to go. Elijah Surratt, 14th receiving touchdown on the year.
I truly don't know what to say.
I wish I could say something.
I wish I had more to give.
I have nothing. It's a splattering. It's an ass whooping.
I mean, if you're Dan Lanning, what do you even tell your team at half? Like, ripping into them, yeah, but like...
You give them some orange slices, maybe?
Oh, my. This is...
Like, there's just nothing that you can do.
If Indiana... Well, okay, let me preface. I think Indiana's going to hold on here.
Right.
If they blow out Miami, not even blow out, if they win the championship, would you say Cignetti is automatically one of the top college football coaches of all time?
He's certainly a college football Hall of Famer. I mean, everywhere he's gone, he's won.
Just the way he's able to turn this program around. And
no, 100%.
I mean, let's not forget, 2 years ago, this program was 3-9.
Yep. And now they're one of the best in the country. And actually, they might end up being the best in the country. They might end up being the best team in the country. And I think they might be the best team in the country by a wide margin. Now, there is turnover luck to be involved, but at the same time, this isn't turnover luck. Dante Moore back to pass on the 25-yard line. He's searching for an open receiver, throws the ball on the run. Incredible throw, unable to be caught. Tried to find McClellan. Well, he had a quote that I found interesting where he basically says he doesn't like to show any happiness to his players because he doesn't want them to get too high, too low. He wants to constantly look upset. Right. If he doesn't show emotion, he believes that things will go their way. Duck Disciple, same crap as last season, just embarrassing. Dante Moore back to pass. Finds an open receiver. Nice play there by Malik Benson. Now the clock is going to stop. Ducks don't have a timeout. Well, the chains reset. Like, you got to get into the end zone to at least make this game not gross. Dante Moore back to pass. He has no one open. There's going to be a big holding penalty called on the Ducks. This is so bad. Yeah, shocker. Holding on the offense. 4 new subscribers away over on the main channel from hitting that 426-800 number. Hit that sub button. I might be upset, but everyone else who gets to do some college football coverage, they really seem to enjoy it. Plus, we'll be live for the national championship, so make sure that you hit that sub button. Now, this could be an interesting injury. Kamara is down on the field for the Hoosiers. Big-time defender for this team, big-time defensive lineman. Might not matter in this game, would definitely matter in a national championship scenario. Wow, oh, wow. We got fighting going on in the chat, Cyril. Brother and con man are getting into it. Francisco Ola from Mazatlan. Bang! Look at that. Thank you guys for getting us over that number. I'll give you a beer cheers as well. Yeah, we're drinking for other reasons than we were thinking tonight. Dante Moore back to pass. Spikes it. Spikes it by his receiver. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. Kyle Shanahan's brother. I don't believe that it is. Good to see you, Justin. This is such a bad game. Dante Moore gets the ball out to De'Aaron Hill on a screen pass. Has plenty of room. Not going to get the first down. Clock's going to run. Ducks do not have a chance to stop the clock. Ducks are not hustling to get on to the ball for this one. 3rd and 7. There's now 10 seconds left. Dante Moore finds Johnson over the middle. Going to be a first down for the Ducks. 6 seconds left. Got to get on the ball quickly. Are they going to spike it? I think that's the best move. A spike here allows them to call their final play. 3 seconds going to be left on the clock. It's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Ducks. They're going to take a chuck at the end zone, but holy cow. Ducks gear on the clearance rack. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it certainly is. 2,300 subscribers right now over on the Oregon Football Report. Come on in and hit that sub button over there. By the way, I'll put that link in our main Chat Sports channel chat. Hit that sub button. If you love West Coast football, oh my goodness, the Ducks aren't even going to go for it. They're doing a sad field goal. A 56-yard field goal attempt from Atticus Sappington is up well short. Well short. Ducks tried to go for the sad field goal and couldn't even do that. Went for the sad field goal. And they couldn't even do that. Indiana, by the way, they get the ball to start the half. Ross Tucker, how does Indiana have the best contested catch receivers in the history of college football? Wish I knew. Then they might be over at Oregon. Justin! Shout out to you. Dan Lanning looks like he's crying right now. It's the most turnovers in the first half of the Dan Lanning era.
Wow. All right, Indiana fans. Grade your first half against Oregon. If it's not an A, I don't know if you truly know ball.
It's literally perfect. They have one drive. It's one drive, man. It's one drive. Aside from that, Indiana has been perfect. One Oregon Duck drive. And the Ducks got a big stop. That's it.
And just look at Mendoza's numbers.
Dude, he's perfect. He has one incompletion. He's been perfect, dude. He got sacked one time on a great play. He's been frickin' perfect. He's the number one pick. He's the number one pick.
I bet our Raiders channel is loving this.
100%.
As they should.
I was kind of, trying to twist the needle today, twist the knife a little bit with the Raiders channel and say, hey, well, you got to look at Dante Moore as a potential number one pick. Like, you got to look at Dante Moore. You got to look at Dante Moore. Got to look at Dante Moore. Todd McShay, Mel Kiper. They wouldn't be saying that he's a number one pick guy without a good reason. If you go anyone other than Mendoza today, I don't know what you're doing. I just don't know what you're doing.
Oregon fans, this is a safe space. Grade the Ducks against Indiana.
If it's not an F, what are we doing?
You also don't know ball.
100%.
It's not an F.
If it's not an F, I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. If it's not an F, I don't know what we're talking about. If it isn't an F, I don't know what we're talking about.
Shout out Philip. He says,
Philip!
Don't feel bad. You could be an Arkansas fan.
That is true. I could be going for round 2 with Bobby Petrino. I know you got the Memphis guy, but still.
People weren't pleased in Fayetteville with that hire. Can't blame them.
No, they don't love him. They don't love him, that's for sure. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. Like, I'm honestly, I don't want to be that guy. I'm embarrassed. That's embarrassing. I'm not even someone who went to the University of Oregon. I've just grown up in the area. I love the team. I cover the team. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. No, sir. Thank you, though. If you're an Oregon football fan, it's a safe space today. How embarrassed are you? Trigger, I'm sorry that you're an Arkansas fan. Roger, yeah, it's an F+, man. It's so bad. Tyler Kaufman, this is like in the NFL. If a quarterback that plays MVP worthy and goes to the playoffs and then throws 4 interceptions and fumbled twice, you get steamrolled. 100%. 100%. But it's not just on Dante Moore. Like, I would love to sit here and be like, Dante Moore's just made a bunch of bad reads. Dante Moore has not played good. Has not played good. 100% stand on that. No one's played good on Oregon. The offensive line hasn't played good. The running backs, aside from Jay Harris, have not been impressive. I understand that Jordan Davison broke his clavicle. I understand that Noah Whittington got sick and went from someone who was probably going to play and was going to be the main back to not playing. Doesn't matter. Jordan Davison doesn't win you this football game. You're still getting your ass kicked if it's Jordan Davison. Wide receivers haven't played great. Malik Benson's the only one getting open. Where's Kenyon Sadiq? Where's Jamari Johnson? He's got the 1 touchdown. That's it. That's it. It's just bad football. RT says he's an LSU fan, by the way. Yeah, you might be getting Sam Levitt, man. Thinks Indiana's going to get to 60. I don't know. What's up, Sam? Good to see you, man. Shout out to Sam. All the way back from the Crunch Fitness days. Missed that Vancouver spot. I heard the movie theater's gone, by the way. That sucks. I'm getting told to quit my belly aching. Sorry, Janet. This is how I deal with sadness. Just ask the special lady friend. This is how I deal with the anger for my football teams. Chris Gibson, at least these teams made it. Oklahoma, well, you know, they got a lot of work to do. That is true. You made it. But at some point, it's just got to be better, man. It's just got to be better. It just has to be better. Here's Jay Harris's stat line for the day. Shout out to Ryan Davis. Appreciate it, man. Shout out to Jay Harris. He's going to be in the portal. He's going to leave Oregon. But I'll tell you right now, he showed up in a big way. I know his yards per carry isn't huge. He's the only one kind of doing anything on the ground, too. So he's got, 60 some odd yards total in this one? It's been big. I did hear that, Sam. I did hear that. Sorry that we're not having a great day. today. Searle is going to pop on the screen here in just a moment, and he is going to go through some of the stats for the Oregon Ducks and the Indiana Hoosiers. I think this is the one that frustrates me the most. You change the points, you change the turnovers. It's an even game. If I showed you the total yards, I showed you the time of possession and the first downs. Maybe you have Indiana up by 3, maybe by 7. But for the most part, you'd think it was a close game, not the blowout that it is right now. Searle's going to be joining you guys on the screen here. It's going to be the Searle halftime show. I will be right back. Don't you worry. I'm just going to go and cry sad tears.
Well, I don't think any Oregon fan can blame you for that, Ortner.
No, sir.
Yeah. I mean, really, when you look at the box score, if you just looked at this without the score, you'd think, okay, maybe a 2-score game. Not a 4-score game. 35-7 at the half. Indiana's been dominant in every aspect. Offensive line, giving Mendoza plenty of time. Making holes for the running backs. Running backs running strong. Their receiving core is also outstanding over at Indiana. If we take a look at some of their individual stats, we'll start with Mendoza, obviously Heisman winner. And even further showing why he will be the number 1 overall pick for the NFL draft. 10 of 11, 110 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. No picks. QB rating, almost 150, 3 rushing yards. He's had time, minus that one odd play where he strip sack, he picks it up, and then gets sacked again. Like I mentioned, offensive line playing well for Indiana as well. Roman Hemby, 8 carries, 35 yards, just over 4 on the average. Kaelon Black, 9 carries, averaging 3 a pop, 1 on the ground. But like I mentioned, these receivers are not anything to joke about. Elijah Surratt, averaging 12 yards on 4 catches, 48 yards, 1 score. Shout out to you, Ryan. We will get you up on the screen momentarily. Let's take a look. Omar Cooper, known for that insane catch at Penn State where Gus Johnson almost died on television. Omar's got 2 receptions, 15 yards, 1 score. And if you look at the defense, let's go through some of their numbers. D'Angelo Pond's got things going with that pick 6. I think that was him who had it. I mean, that just set the tone for the entire game. Undoubtedly set the tone. Ever since then, Dante Moore has looked rattled. He's looked unsettled, hasn't had any time. Mario Landino, D lineman for Indiana. Not much on the tackle front, but he's recovered 2 of those fumbles. Sorry, going through some of your comments. Terminator says, Cyril, you got Indiana red on, man. It is red, but it's for the Huskers. You know, I'm from Nebraska, born and raised in Omaha, went to school at Nebraska. So I'm a Big Ten fan. And let me just say, I did not expect this. Panspray says GBR. Absolutely. Absolutely GBR. Thank goodness Nebraska gets to play Indiana next year. At least it's at home, right? Should go great. If you can't sense my sarcasm there, yeah, I'm not looking forward to that one. But overall, very impressed from Indiana. All around, great game. Really no major issues for them. If we go to the Oregon side, Oregon fans look away. It's okay. Dante Moore. We'll go through these quick. 9 of 14, buck 12, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, almost negative 30 rushing yards, all on those sacks. What this doesn't even show is the fumbles. Been crucial. Been killer.
The O-line has been no help.
Yeah, the O-line hasn't helped out Dante at all.
Nope. Dante hasn't looked good either.
Ortner back. Welcome back.
No worries. Sam, it's not that I'm not at Crunch. I don't live in Washington anymore. I live in Dallas now. I'm a Texan. And they say don't mess with Texas, but apparently you can mess with the Oregon Ducks because this sucks. This sucks. I don't know what's worse of a way to go out, Cyril. And maybe you can kind of give your opinion on this, and maybe the people in the comment section can give us their opinion as well. Would you rather lose the way that Ole Miss lost last night, or lose the way that Oregon is losing right now? Because one of them, at least you feel okay for a decent chunk of it. This just sucks. At no part of this do I feel good.
No. I don't think... I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words trying to gather my thoughts.
Yeah.
I would much rather lose the way Ole Miss lost last night.
100%.
I think that goes without saying. If you're one of those fans that's like, oh, I'd rather get blown out in a big game. Let me tell you, as a Nebraska fan, I've seen too many blowouts on national television. And national television for me is like watching the Las Vegas Bowl.
Right.
They get blown out by Utah. Not even the college football semifinal. And I'm embarrassed. This is unwatchable football. I would much rather have a close game than a blowout like this. Yeah, the close game might be a bit more heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But games like this are just embarrassing for the program. They're embarrassing for the coaches, embarrassing for the players. They're going to hear about it on social media. The list goes on and on.
100%.
So I don't think that's even a question. You want it to be a closer game if you're going to lose than a blowout.
No, 100%. And I think if you're an Oregon fan, this just hurts so much worse because this is how Oregon loses. Oregon gets their butt whooped in big games. Oregon, when they have an opportunity to kind of fix some of the issues, right the wrongs that Oregon has had, and Oregon has had to deal with, and Oregon continues to have to deal with as a football program. Whenever you have the opportunity to change it, you F it up. I mean, shoot, if Indiana goes on to win the whole damn thing, and Oregon lost to Indiana close in this game, well, you could always say, well, at least, like, hey, we're right there. It feels like you're miles away.
And they are.
You are.
They are.
You are. You can't blame this on injuries. You can't blame this on people hitting the transfer portal.
Nope.
Guess what? Indiana's having to deal with it too. Keep your damn players. Keep your damn players. And I get it, man. 16 guys hit the portal. 16. More than any other college football playoff team that is in the semifinals had to deal with. That's the effing breaks.
Yep.
Because, I know it's depth pieces that left. I understand that. I understand that depth pieces left your team. The starters didn't. The starters didn't.
And it's not like this team can play better than they are. They can play close with this Indiana team. We saw it back in October.
Yes. And now some of that is Brandon Finney had a pick six, right? And Mendoza made a mistake or two. But that's the thing. Like, the offense made mistakes. Oregon's offense did not look good in that first matchup. So you would think that you could make the changes necessary.
Yeah. And people can complain about the Oregon defense. The Oregon offense hasn't done them any favors.
No.
They've been backed up damn near every possession Indiana started.
I'd make the argument, Oregon, so first of all, they don't give up one of the touchdowns because it's a pick six.
Yes.
The second one, I don't blame them either because they got the ball on the damn 3-yard line.
Yep.
21-7 should probably be what this score is.
And that feels a lot better than 35-7, obviously.
21-7. And here's the part that's crazy about that too, because you're right, Cyril. You're 100% right. If it's 21-7, maybe you sell out a little bit more. If you're not getting sacked for this huge loss, well, maybe Indiana is moving the football a lot slower on that drive. And they don't score right before the half. Well, now it's 14-7. This Duck team just looks like crap. It does.
Yep. Simply put.
I made a video about going after A.J. Harris in the transfer portal. And you know what I heard on the comment section? And I had to deal with it in my DMs, and it really pissed me off. We don't need that guy. We don't need A.J. Harris, a guy who was a preseason All-American, a guy who's been an All-Big Ten corner. We don't need him because we have other guys on the team. Aside from Brandon Finney, what's been stopping Indiana today? Who's been stopping Indiana today?
No one.
Where's the guy? Where's the guy? I will say this as I try to look at it glass half full. As players are starting to come back out on the field, starting to get stretched out, warmed up. So we might not be at this halftime for too much longer. I will say this. I think that there's an opportunity that this brings everyone back.
Yeah.
This Oregon football team is a lot younger than I think people realize. This was not supposed to be the year. So part of the reason why Oregon went and got Dylan Gabriel last year was because last year was the year, right? They had a bunch of older veterans at wide receiver, at running back. They had some veterans on the defensive line. Last year, strong team. Let's get a guy in the portal ready to go. This year, Dante Moore obviously got the starting job. He earned it. He'd been there for a little bit. He sat out the 1 year. But this was supposed to be like the building blocks year for next year. So there is still a hope that maybe this gets and convinces a guy like a Teitum Tuioti, a Mateo Uyunglele to come back.
Even Dante Moore. You don't want to go out like this.
If you're Dante Moore, I think you have to come back now. Like Sam Levitt and Dylan Raiola have been waiting to see what the Ducks do. Sign tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
pick your new team tomorrow, man.
I was going to say,
that's fair, Marley. Bryce has not played bad.
As a Dylan Raiola, I keep up with Dylan. You know, I saw that he might have been at Syracuse the other day. If he's actually waiting to see what happens with this game, I would argue now that, like you said, he needs to sign with the team tomorrow. Because I guarantee, unless he still goes and redshirts a year and learns under Dante, which is definitely a possibility.
Is he willing to do it?
That's what I don't know.
Dante did it. Dante was willing to do it.
With Raiola?
I don't know.
Raiola's got I'll say, pretty big ego. I think he just wants to go to a place. He wants to play in the college football playoff, make it on a big stage. I don't know if he'd have that patience. I don't know.
I think also Dante Moore was able to have that patience because he was 19. 19 and 20. Like right now he's 20 and 21, right? There's a lot of people in my comment section that said Dante Moore needs to come back because I was doing a lot of reporting on different intel that the Ducks were getting on, transfer portal candidates. I don't know if Sam Levitt's coming to Oregon. It's because Dante Moore's already there. And look, I like Sam Levitt. I think Sam Levitt's a damn good QB. Dante Moore's already been here. Dante Moore's in the system. Dante Moore knows everything that's expected of him. I'd stay. If I'm Dante Moore, you played yourself out of that number 1 pick. I don't know that he played himself out of a top 10 pick because he's a quarterback, and when you have special talent like he clearly has, teams are still going to find a way to draft you. Teams are still going to think that they can make you into something great, which I think that they can. But dude, if I'm the Oregon Ducks, at least you're probably going to get everyone back. You already got Bear Alexander to say he's coming back. You already got Poncho to say that he's going to come back. The Ducks have to go and get some tackles in the portal, or you better hope that Fox Crater and Janoris Wilson, they come back and they grow into the offensive tackles that everyone thinks that they can be. On the bright side, you get 2 of your 3 running backs back. You're going to get De'Aaron Hill back. You're going to get Jordan Davison back. You are going to get Trey McNutt back for an entire season at that safety position. Peyton Woodard continues to get better. There's a chance you get Dylan Thieneman to come back now. At linebacker, you probably got to find someone to replace Bryce Betcher because he cannot come back. You add in an extra corner.
This is from Brett McMurphy on Twitter. He says, why wait? Projected college football playoff title game point spread. Indiana favored over Miami. 5.5.
Makes sense to me, man. Makes sense to me 100%. I got Brad on Twitter saying that the Ducks are overrated. I don't know if that's true. I don't know that I love this question here from Brandon Walker, but I get why he's asking it. A lot of game left, but how many blowouts does Dan Lanning have to take in the playoff before we start asking questions? Well, he's taken 2.
I also would like to chime in on that one.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to have a scenario like, trying to think of an example. Well, for instance, Nebraska fired Bo Pelini for winning 9 or 10 games a year.
Yep.
Fired him, hired Mike Riley. Mike Riley was horrible.
Yep.
Old man Mr. Rogers. Oh, Mr. Nice Guy. Yeah, didn't work out. And now look where Nebraska is. They're lucky to win 7 games a year.
True. And I would not fire Dan Lanning.
No.
Absolutely not.
If people are suggesting that,
that's ridiculous.
Cut it out. That's crazy.
Ridiculous. That's incorrect. I think that Dan Lanning will win a college football national championship. But there should be some anger after this performance because it's Ohio State Rose Bowl Part 2. That's what it is.
Absolutely.
And the worst part is you beat them. You beat them.
As the second half gets going, if you're pumped for it, go ahead and hit that like button. We appreciate the love and support. You liking the video brings more Oregon and college football fans to both our main channel and the Duck channel. While you're at it, don't be afraid to subscribe down below.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Searle. Yes, sir. If you hit that sub button, by the way, that gives us the opportunity to cover more of the college football games that we love. Allows us to cover more of the college football games that we love and we appreciate. False start on the Hoosiers. JB, we're talking about the transfer portal. Now, the transfer portal is where's that sublink? Fernando Mendoza, handoff, right side. Roman Hemby, only going to be able to get 2. Transfer portal is where college football players, if they don't want to play at the current university that they are at, they can enter into that and transfer to another school. Hit that sub button for the Chat Sports main channel. What you're going to get? You're going to get NFL coverage, college football coverage. You're going to get Searle and I again on Sunday night, by the way. It'll be Searle and I. That's right. Chargers, Chat Sports. Be a good time. A lot of football. A little bit of NBA as well. Fernando Mendoza back to pass. Ducks bring maybe the worst corner blitz I've ever seen. First down, Indiana Hoosiers. Elijah Surratt, another catch. Ryan! You make me want to shout. Cheers. First down, Hoosiers. Get your ones in the chat. They're just picking on Flowers right now. He's giving Surratt way too much space. Ball on the 37-yard line for Indiana. Nice play by Bryce Betcher when what will be his last college football game. Shout out to Ryan. UTK finally made it in 24 just to get blown out by OSU. At least you guys made it to the semifinals. I don't think the Vols will be back for a while. I don't know, man. Maybe you get Sam Levitt if Dante Moore comes back to Oregon. I don't know, man. Maybe Malik Benson gets a touchdown. I don't know. If anyone's going to get one for the Ducks, they're going to start taking more shots. Benson is the speedster. 2nd and 9 for the Hoosiers. Mendoza in the shotgun, back to pass, has an open receiver, finds him. Brandon Finney. That's only the second time he's thrown at him. It's about as close as Oregon has got to knocking a ball down today. I'm not even upset with Brandon Finney. Like, he's in a decent position. That's just a good throw. Roger, you're right. The real ones are still here. Appreciate everyone hanging out with us. Still having a good time. It's 15-yard out. Ball now on the Oregon side of the field. Gotta love blowouts. Ball on the 49-yard line of the Ducks. Kaelon Black gets the handoff. Nice cutback. He's going to have some space. He's going to have some room. First down, Hoosiers. If you were spamming those ones, you might as well just keep doing it. You might as well just keep on doing it. It is ugly in Georgia. Fernando Mendoza back to pass. I think they're just letting him throw to get his stats up. Nice play by Bryce Betcher to get Mendoza onto the ground, but not before Mendoza gets a gain of 4 there. He runs weird. I will make sure that not to say the C word again. I'll make sure that not to say that he runs like a coward. He runs weird. Can we all agree that he runs weird? Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing to the Oregon Football Report. You take care up in Washington. 2nd and 5 for the Hoosiers. Ducks almost jump off sides. Hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. We got daily content coming out for you. Make sure you hit that sub button. Bryce Betcher in the backfield. He does not say uncle. Nice play on Roman Hemby. He knows it might be his last football game. He doesn't quit. The former walk-on playing great at that middle linebacker spot. Got to get off the field here. Mendoza, quick snap. He's scrambling. You're kidding me. First down, Mendoza. Fumble! And the Ducks don't even get on it. And then the stupid center goes. I hate this game. The Mendoza starts scrambling. He ends up getting hit. The Ducks force a fumble. And the ball goes right to the only Indiana player within 10 yards of Mendoza. I wish I could say it's just one of those games, but it's honestly not. Honestly not. Mendoza, handoff up the middle. Hemby. Going to get a decent gain of 2 there. Nice play by Dylan Thieneman. By the way, Indiana, they're inside the PrizePicks red zone. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. That's frickin' brutal, man. Frickin' brutal. What isn't brutal? We get another 30 subs over on our main channel. We're going to take another drink. Give you a beer. Cheers. Hit that sub button if you got a friend that loves sports. Share the video with them. Run up the middle. Roman Hemby brought down to the ground. Let's try it again. Third down. Can the Ducks get off the field? Can the Ducks get off the field? 3rd and 5. Ducks are having to bring more pressure because they can't just sit in a spy. The Hoosiers haven't lost a fumble in 956 plays. That's incredible. Ducks bring pressure, unable to really get to Mendoza. He is an open receiver. Easy throw, easy catch, touchdown. E.J. Williams, easy pitch, easy catch, touchdown. And now we're to the point in the show where we see a lot of sad Duck fans. This sucks. The show is great. The show is great. The feeling in my belly right now sucks. 42-7, Indiana. It's what, 35 unanswered for the Hoosiers? 35 unanswered points for the Hoosiers. Wow. Kurt Signetti honestly is upset that they scored a touchdown. Oh my goodness. It's gross. It's gross. I can't wait for the update on Twitter that, yes, Light Shadow Onyx, the Ducks are a disappointment. I can't wait for the update on Twitter where it just says Sam Levitt has now taken Oregon out of his places he would transfer to. Yeah, that's interesting too. James Crepia. Decorian Moore has not been targeted once so far. Has not been targeted once so far. Right now, Fernando Mendoza, 13 for 14, so he's basically perfect. 4 touchdowns, 151 yards. Yep, and his, like, where you almost had him be not perfect on the fumble, you didn't even get. The Ducks benched their left tackle, by the way. At least that's what it looks like. That's brutal. Here's the wide receivers for Indiana. Charlie Becker, 2 catches, 1 tutty. Elijah Surratt, guess what? He's got a tutty in this game. You go down the list. Omar Cooper Jr., Couple catches, tutty. Everyone has a tutty. Everyone gets a tutty.
Just spreading the wealth.
Every single one.
All over.
Jeff Schwartz, this is a good point. By him, by the way. Big Duck honk. The last 5 losses in the last 3 years will be to a team who plays in the national title game. That is important to know. In the Dan Lanning era, I believe basically every team that he's lost to has played in the Natty, except for in the first year when he lost to Oregon State and UW. I believe that is correct. It sucks that these losses aren't competitive either. So then Oregon just gets dumped on. On the bright side, it does feel like with Lanning that he gets better year after year after year. So when he does make his mistakes, what happens for the Ducks? They keep marching forward and forward. Yes, the best 2 running, well, 2 of the Ducks running backs are out. I wouldn't say it's the best 2, but I would say the best one is out. Somebody's getting cooked in their own duck fat. Yep. BTA in this game. It's so bad. It's so freaking bad. I got people texting me asking if I'm okay. I got people in my life asking if I'm okay. Are you okay? That's incredible. Incredible. Slim says, as a Ducks fan, I'm at 100% loss of words. Makes 2 of us, Slim. Hoof Manzada, utterly embarrassing. Couldn't agree more. Hit that sub button for the Oregon Football Report. 2,300 of you already subscribed to the channel. You're going to get daily Ducks content. D'Eriq Hill gets pitched to the outside, makes a couple guys miss. Now he's off to the races, and maybe the Ducks will get one good thing to go their way. An absolute great block by Malik Benson. D'Eriq Hill unable to get all the way into the end zone. He does get tackled on the 5-yard line for the Oregon football team. Getting the Ducks into the PrizePicks red zone. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. 71 yards rushing on that play for D'Eriq Hill. Hey, at least you're not going to get embarrassed. Oh no! Is Searle predicting the future? We don't know. I hope so. Dante Moore back to throw, has an incomplete pass. I thought he was going to have Malik Benson there for a big catch. Unable to bring it in was Benson, but there is a flag on the field. Something tells me that will be on the defense. Pass interference is called. Ducks in a good spot to get their second touchdown of the game. Woohoo! Yay! First and goal for the Ducks. Ball on the 2-yard line. Indiana loaded up for pressure here. Dante Moore hands the ball off to Jay Harris. He's going to push forward. And he does! Touchdown, Oregon! Poncho, maybe we don't flex on the Indiana fans. Down 42-14. At least the Ducks are going for 2. I didn't hear no bell. I did hear a bell. I did hear a bell. Roger Moore, better than Alabama. Not by much. Not by much. Dante Moore in the shotgun all by himself. Ducks are 0 for 3 on the season in 2-point conversions. Well, that was incredible because Jamari Johnson just made a fantastic catch. Ducks are now 1 for 4. Sweet. But more importantly, I don't know how there wasn't a flag thrown down on that because Jamari Johnson had an Indiana Hoosiers defender backpacked. The guy was backpacking on him. Piggybacking is the word I'm looking for, Cyril. Don't let me do that again. Just kidding. That has nothing to do with Cyril. He was piggybacking a guy. Piggybacking. Unbelievable. 42-15. Maybe the Ducks can make this interesting. Probably not, but you never know. I do need to let you know about the sponsor of today's video, and that, of course, is our good friends over at PrizePicks. This episode is brought to you by PrizePicks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on PrizePicks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and PrizePicks lets you take control. New feature alert! PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on PrizePicks with the new social feeds feature. You can share PrizePicks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow PrizePicks partners like us and tailor or fade our picks with just one click. How to play is pretty darn easy. Just choose 2 or more players from any sport. Pick more or less on their projected stats. And who knows, maybe you could come away with something very nice on that more or less if their projections end up becoming true. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. Cyril, we are, we are what we are, man. We are what we are. Harpoon says, shout out Nashville, Tennessee. He's also saying that Charlie Becker is hurt. I didn't see that. I did not see that. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Well, not a bad response from the Ducks.
Cool. You didn't get shut out in a half.
27 more. Here we go. Comeback starts now.
Right. Right. Well, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. At least there's a little bit of fight. Say what you will about Dan Lanning. At least there's a little bit of fight going. Throw to the 7 great receivers we have. I hope so. Ducks Disciple, I can agree with you that Hill should have more. It's clear that they want to run at the teeth of the defense. Going east and west against Indiana can be problematic. Hill, he has one big play, man. He's got 71 of his 79 yards on one big run. Yes, he probably should have more touches. Same time is what it is. Just is what it is, unfortunately. Mendoza back out on the field for the Hoosiers. Ball on the 25-yard line of Indiana. Handoff up the middle. Kaelon Black has a big run of his own. He breaks free. There is a flag down on the field. He was not brought down by Dylan Thieneman. He does get thrown to the ground by a Duck defender. There is a flag. I'm hoping it's holding. And it looks like the way everyone's moving, it is. Holding on the offense. That one is coming back. That one is coming back. Bless you. Jadon Kennedy is the Duck who's down. 74 is fired up because they called the penalty on him. It's going to be 1st and 20 for Indiana, ball on their own 15-yard line. Well, I think they actually mean 78. They called it on 74, but I think they meant 78. Because there was clear holding there on 78. Hit that thumbs up button if you love college football. By the way, while you're there, if you haven't hit that sub button, hit that subscribe button on the channel. Don't miss out on your opportunity to subscribe to what I would say, my eyes, one of the best channels on all of YouTube, Chat Sports Maine. Oh, they're saying that there was some sort of clock issue. Signetti looking as chipper as ever. Mendoza gets the play in. He's in the shotgun right now for Indiana. Ball on the 15-yard line of the Hoosiers. They're just going to hand this one off the middle. Nice play by the Ducks. Going to bring down Indiana quickly. Going to be a gain of 3 for Roman Hemby. Ducks get off the field here. Score quickly. You never know. Lot of game left in this one. At the same time, I've watched enough football to know this one's in a bad spot. Ducks would have to be perfect and have to have a lot of luck go their way. Fernando Mendoza back to pass, 2nd and 17, has all kinds of time, able to find an open receiver. Ducks didn't bring any pressure. That gave Mendoza plenty of time to just find an open threat. It's going to be 3rd and manageable for Indiana. Duck Disciple, I don't hate that logic. To be honest with you, I don't hate that logic. I get it. 3rd and 4. Mendoza back to pass. Ducks bring a little bit of pressure, unable to get there. Mendoza on the run. Nice throw. Elijah Surratt gets 1 foot in. That's all he needs. It's college football. You get a holding penalty that backs everything up, and you let Indiana get a big throw on 2nd down. And then you let Mendoza roll out and find an open player. Yeah, I do think that Dante Moore comes back, especially after the performance tonight. Especially after the performance tonight. First and 10 for the Hoosiers. Ball on the 39-yard line of Indiana. Handoff. Ducks defensive line just getting driven back right now. Roman Hemby brought down, but it's going to be a gain of 3. He didn't get touched till he got 2 yards down the field. I wonder if we're going to see the younger Mendoza come in at some point. Hit that sub button. Subscribe to the Oregon Football Report. What are you going to get? You're going to get a bunch of great content surrounding the Oregon Ducks throughout the entire college football off season. Transfer portal news is swirling right now. We're making a bunch of those videos you don't want to miss out on. Handoff up the middle. Kaelon Black just truck sticked. Just truck stick Dylan Thieneman. 122 of you over on the Oregon Football Report. Only 54 likes. That's not good enough. Hit that thumbs up button. By the way, 708 people are over on the main Chat Sports channel. Only 320 likes. Not good enough. Hit that thumbs up button. Lets us do more of our content here on the Oregon Football Report and on the Chat Sports main channel. 3rd and 3, Mendoza back to throw. He's looking, takes a shot, well overthrown. Dylan Thieneman put a lick on Omar Cooper Jr. there. It's Mendoza's second incomplete pass. I think that's right. It's brutal. Mendoza ends up coming off the field. Looked like the Hoosiers were thinking about going for it. Mark, why would he come back? He's a top 5 pick in the draft. It's another good reason why he wouldn't. I don't know. Dante Moore is a different type of cat. He transferred and then was willing to sit out. Great punt for the Hoosiers. Ducks going to start their next drive on the 5-yard line. He might leave. He might leave Oregon. There's some belief in a lot of the Oregon camp that Dante Moore will come back simply because of how good the team is set up to be next year. A lot of guys who are juniors right now who have the potential to go into the NFL draft that could come back for the Ducks. That's kind of the belief. Moore blew this one, first play of the game, then got worse from there. Just hurts, can't believe we're here again. One thing to lose, but just getting embarrassed second year in a row sucks. Oregon is probably the toughest team they've played. Bama was terrible. Yeah, I'd say Ohio State was, unfortunately, for Oregon. Thank you, Duck Disciple. I do appreciate that. I hope you had a good time today. I hope you had a really good time today. Look, I know that it hasn't gone our way. The Oregon faithful, the Duck believers, it's still SCO Ducks. It's still SCO Ducks. Ducks are going to have to score quick if they want to have any shot at getting back into this one. Ducks are going to have to get going quick if they want any shot. I did get this text, which I think is pretty funny. In the group chat, or from a buddy of mine, I got texted, Kenyon Sadiq disappears in big games. A little bit. He's had one catch today. My brother apparently has put himself into the transfer portal. Yeah, is his fandom. No, my brother didn't play college football. No. No, Cyril, I am much different than the family around me. There's a clear size, and you know what? I'll say it. There's a size and athleticism difference, Cyril. It's not good. It's not good. And I wanted Dante to be good for you.
Boy, I don't need it anymore.
You don't. Yeah. I think he might be. Fernando Mendoza has 2 incomplete passes today. He runs weird, and it makes me think he's not good. You ever seen someone run and you're like, oh, that guy's like in pretty good shape. He's really manly, and then he runs like this, and you're like, no, that's wrong. He runs like that. Dude, it's so bad. 42. To start the game off with a pick 6, bad. Which is just simple RPO, dude. Step up and throw. Clear your running back. Mm-hmm. And he got destroyed on another play. So in Indiana scored 14 points that I don't even blame the defense for. Dante Moore with a handoff up the middle. Jay Harris, nice run for the Ducks. Going to get about 4. No. I'm not delusional. No. Got about 18 minutes left in the Duck season because there's 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes left in the quarter. 2nd and 7 for the Ducks. Some sort of stoppage out on the field. Noah Whittington, haven't seen him on a single snap in this one. Jordan Davison standing right next to him, arm in a sling. Sucks. Wish you could have seen them both play in this one. Especially Whittington, since it's his last last game. Dante Moore hands the ball off to Dier Hill. Nowhere. Flag does get thrown down on the field, though, aggressively. An aggressive flag thrown on the field by a referee. The Ducks got a personal foul for a face mask after the play. Riddle me that, Batman. Show me where it was. Oh, yeah, Harkey's ripping at someone's face mask. After the stellar game that he's had at right tackle today, I don't know if that's something that we should be doing. Missed block. On a third down. Missed a block. That allowed Dante Moore to get smoked. Fumble the ball. Hasn't been good. Dante Moore in the shotgun in his own end zone. He's looking, firing, has an open receiver. Jeremiah McClellan! What an incredible catch! One-handed! He was draped all over him. We have seen some of the most insane catches in all of college football today. Most of them have been by Indiana. How did McClellan come up with this? That's unbelievable. He is getting assaulted before he even has the opportunity to go after the ball. There should have been a flag. I don't know why there wasn't a flag. That is referee malpractice. And he still comes down with the ball. A reason why Dante Moore could potentially want to come back to Oregon. McClellan will be back next year. There is a Hoosier down on the field. Another edge rusher. I like how they're trying to keep it. Oregon trying to make this one interesting. If they score a touchdown, they would get 6 points. So that would put them down by 21. Yeah.
You want to hear a crazy stat?
I do.
Indiana is starting 1 4-star. The rest are unranked or 3 stars.
Who's the 1 star? Is it Mendoza?
That I don't know. Well, I don't think Mendoza was even highly rated.
He might not have been.
Because where was he at before Indiana? Cal.
He was a Cal guy.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Says something about the coaching and development over at Indiana for sure.
Yeah, you also have to remember a good chunk of these guys were JMU guys, which I think is pretty darn impressive. You have to remember a lot of these guys are JMU guys that were brought over. You'd like to kind of blame the injuries and all that other stuff. Just hasn't happened. Oregon Homer has pretty good cope. I think this is funny. Dan Lanning, year 1, not even a playoff contender. Year 2, barely missed the playoffs. Year 3, second-round playoff embarrassment. Year 4, semifinal playoff embarrassment. Year 5, national title game embarrassment. That would be next year coming soon. Year 6, national title game W. Trust the process. Trust the process. Until super seniors are out of the sport entirely, you should probably load up your roster with 23-year-olds like Indiana has. Don't disagree with that Twitter take. It's a good amount of cope there from Oregon Homer. Good amount of cope that I'm going to choose to buy into. Because I'm a man who buys into hope. Mark Smith says, let you know those rankings are nothing. I would disagree with that sentiment. What I would tell you is that it shows you the difference that good coaching can do. Because there's a difference between being a good coach and being a good recruiter. And I think you've seen a lot of teams be good recruiters, Lane Kiffin, but not always the best developer of talent, maybe necessarily. Although that might not be the best way to talk about Lane Kiffin. Something you could have said about Mario Cristobal until this year. Great recruiter, bad at talent development. Not true anymore. Dante Moore gets the ball out quickly to Decorian Moore. His first big catch of the game. He's got some room. Makes a couple guys miss before he's brought down to the ground. First down, Ducks. Type those ones. Oh, good. Ducks finally got Fox Crater in the game at tackle. He's at left tackle instead of Isaiah World. Dante Moore trying to go fast for the Ducks. Ducks haven't. Oh, just put it on Kenyon Sadiq. Dante Moore has an open Kenyon Sadiq. He doesn't trust it. Sails the ball. Look, I've been a part of the Oregon Ducks, or excuse me, Searle and I were a part of the Seahawks-Rams game. Just saying. The Thursday night one. Just saying. Tom says, as a Hoosier, since when were we good? This year and last year. Last 2 years. That's it. That's it. Dante Moore under center. He's going to hand the ball off to Jay Harris. Nowhere for him to go. Brought down immediately. That tells me that this is going to be 2-down territory, a.k.a. 4-down territory. So the Ducks are going to have 2 plays to get this first down. It's 3rd and 9 right now for Oregon. They're going to use both plays. So you don't have to get it all here. Fox Crater, evergreen product, actually coached against him when he was in high school. Is at left tackle now instead of Isaiah World. World ended up getting benched. What could be his last college football game. Hoosiers showing pressure right now. Dante Moore hands the ball off to Dier Hill. Nice run up the middle. Pushing forward. It's going to be 4th down, but the Ducks are close. Hill comes up hobbling because the Ducks already don't have a shortage at that running back spot. Ducks are going to have to go quick. Hill clearly in some pain. Clearly in some pain. I still think that if the Ducks want to have a shot, they need to score before this quarter ends, which means they got to do it in less than a minute. Dante Moore under center. This is for the ball game here. Pitch to the outside to Jay Harris. No space. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. Indiana comes up with the stop, and that'll do it. Not in the cards. It was a good year, just not in the cards. I don't know that I love that play call. You haven't done a good job this whole game. You just really haven't done a good job this whole game of getting yards when you're going east and west. It's 4th and 1. I'd rather put the ball in Dante Moore's hands. Let him roll out. See if he can get something figured out. If you're the Hoosiers, just run the football, man. Yep, I would run the football, man. This one's over. Roman Hemby gets the handoff. He's going to get 3. And if the Hoosiers want, they can let this one go all the way to the 4th. You were going to need all the help in the world that you could get. And that was if you got that first down and scored there. Just a dumb. I mean, shoot. At some point, just attack them down the middle. Sucks.
Maybe a blowout, but it is the 4th quarter. Go down and spam 4s in the chat.
Spam those 4s. Let's go. Difference in this ball game. Coming from Little Ortner, a.k.a. Lucas, my brother. Difference in this one, 21 points on turnovers. This game would be 21-15. You don't have those turnovers. That's the difference. That's the difference in this ball game. It's frustrating. Aaron, shout out to you, man. Spamming those fours. Spamming those fours. Shout out to you, Aaron. It's been a good one. Oh, I see you. No worries. Right now, Scott Adams, this might be the greatest fourth quarter in college football history. I like your optimism. I kind of doubt it. Roger, have fun at movie night. I get it. Here's your two-team comparison so far right now. The only thing, 15 on the points. I did see what you were doing, but I do appreciate you. It's pretty even in everything but the turnovers. Even in everything but the turnovers. You're within 29 yards. Time of possession isn't great, but that's because Indiana has no need to hurry up right now, and you have to as an Oregon Duck faithful. First downs, you're within 2. You're right there, man. You're right there. You're right there. Yeah, Marley, Will Stein can go ahead and get on that plane and go to Kentucky right now. Time for the Drew Maringer era. That got you, did it? Yeah, we're sad drinking today. Happens. Responsibly, of course. Responsibly.
We're making the push for 427,000 subs on the main channel. Go down and subscribe to Chat Sports. We appreciate the love and support. If you're looking for the best NFL coverage, NBA coverage, we've got you at Chat Sports. Also, leaning more into the college game in the upcoming offseason, next football season, so you're not going to want to miss a thing. Go down and hit that sub button. Help us get to 427K.
Yes, sir. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. Hit that sub button if you'd like to as well. You can hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. Putting together a good show over there as well. We got you covered for all your Oregon news that you could want in the 2026 offseason. Sean says we should have Googled Signetti. Yeah, we definitely should have. Mendoza gets the ball out to Cooper on the left side. Not going to get the first down, so it will be a third down for the Hoosiers. Spam those threes down below in the comment section. In the chat. Chat, are we cooked? Might be cooked. Let's see. Aaron, this sucks, man. Really thought after Texas Tech we could actually make it all the way. I did too. Indiana, back to throw. Mendoza. Ducks have just gotten no pressure on him all day. Ball hits the ground. I cannot believe there's no PI because both the corner and receiver fell to the ground. Cooper for Indiana falls to the ground. No flag. Third incomplete pass on the day. For the Hoosiers. Yeah, I want to know what happens here. Well, they kind of just run into each other's feet. A little bit. Interesting. Hit that sub button for the Oregon Football Report. We are the fastest growing Oregon football channel over on Chat Sports. Make sure you hit that sub button. Hoosiers punt the ball away to the Ducks. Malik Benson's going to catch that punt. He's trying to get some space. Outruns the fat long snapper, but he does get forced out of bounds. Flag down on the field. A lot of bodies getting put down. Well, Dante Moore is going to come out, and he's going to have to sling the rock. You can't run the football anymore. Ducks are going to get called for a holding penalty. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 14 minutes and some change left to go in this one. Tom, well, we loaded up this boot, and you know what? If you send in that 50 super, we'll do it. I got a whole boot, Tom, full of Happy Dad seltzer. Full boot. I'm changing it to 50. You send in a 50, we'll do the Happy Dad boot. Here's our super chat menu. Any super that you send in, you're going to get on the show, and you're going to make me want to shout. $5 get you a beer cheers. 10 get you a double pull. And I've changed it. You send in 50, we're doing that beer boot. Loaded up with Happy Dad. So at least something will help me feel a little bit better. Feel a little bit better. How about this? If we get to 50 in the quarter. So right now, I know where we're at right now. If we get to 50 as a group in the fourth quarter, I will do the beer boot. Sound good, Searle? We get to 50 in supers during the fourth quarter of this football game, we will do the beer boot. There's over 700 people hanging out with us between the two channels. Can make that real easy. Real freaking easy. Or if not, I'll just have to pour out the beer boot when the show's over. Tough one today, Searle. Tough one.
Extremely.
I think it's frustrating because you have such a good game last night. It's back and forth. You have two teams that clearly care a lot about what's happening. You have two teams that are playing at the height of their extremes. I understand that Miami didn't play as well as they probably could have early on. I understand that Ole Miss did not play as well as they probably could have early on.
Yeah, I don't think either of us saw this one coming. I don't think anyone in the country saw this coming.
No, this would have been the game that I thought was going to be the close one.
Me too.
The worst part about it is it's all turnovers.
Yeah.
Oregon doesn't turn the football over. This game is 6-point game. Be 21-15.
Yep. Killer.
21-15. So there's not much you can really do.
Where does Oregon go from here?
Lick your wounds. Dive into the portal hard.
What would you say are their biggest needs in the offseason?
Got to get some offensive linemen. You've benched your left tackle, Isaiah World. He hasn't looked like anything good today, and he's a senior, so he's gone. Harkless over on the right side, he's going to be gone. Kind of is what it is. Just kind of is what it is. On the bright side at left tackle right now, you got Fox Crater. He's a young kid. Dante Moore back to pass, flips it out to Kenyon Sadiq. Indiana doesn't fall for it. You're seeing right now the difference in smart college football play and talent. And I don't want to say it's the hard work thing because I'll tell you right now, Oregon works hard. They just do. But Indiana doesn't make the mistake, and Oregon does right now. That's the difference in this game. Dante Moore gets the ball out quickly to Johnson. He's going to be able to get a little bit of room, but not much. Jeremy, make sure you hit that sub button that's just above you in the comment section. Go subscribe to the Oregon Football Report so you can keep up with the Ducks all 2026 long. Ducks aren't really doing it right here. They're taking what the defense gives them. They're going to have to go for it again, I think. It's 3rd and 6. Dante Moore back to pass. He never saw the defender. Got hit as he threw. Incomplete ball to Johnson again. Dante Moore's ability to feel pressure just isn't there. Just isn't there. I think the Ducks are going to punt here. I know it's well back into their own zone, but who cares if you lose 42-15 or 48-15? Who cares? Ducks are going to punt. Oh, they actually let the play clock run all the way down. They do get a delay of game. That just doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense there. Ducks take a penalty on a delay of game. If you're doing it for field position, like it just, whatever. It's over. Oregon back to punt, and it's blocked. You've got to be kidding me. The punt is blocked. Indiana recovers. They're inside of the 10-yard line of the Oregon Ducks. You're effing kidding me. The Hoosiers are in the PrizePicks red zone. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. Ball on the 7-yard line. Yeah, if that didn't end it, I don't know what does. Mendoza hands the ball off to Roman Hemby. He's going to get brought down quickly. Hit that sub button. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're trying to get to 2,350. Hit that sub button. Second and goal for Indiana and Mendoza. Ball on the 5-yard line. Mendoza's going to keep this one himself. He gets popped. Not doing much. Nothing really going there. 100%. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Bless you. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but I kind of get what they're trying to do. I get what they're thinking. Get him out and moving as much as possible. They're just running a simple RPO there, or I guess I should say zone read more so. They're running a simple zone read there. Third and goal. There is a timeout taken on the field. It was by Indiana. I get what they're doing. I get the idea behind it. But at the same time, goodness gracious. Sucks. Mendoza's played lights out too, by the way. Absolutely lights out. Been very impressed with his skill set. 3 incomplete passes on the day. 3 incomplete passes on the day. Like, you can't even be upset with what the Ducks are doing. Because I don't know if you were going to beat that guy. That's a lie. You can be upset about what the Ducks are doing. I don't know that the Ducks would beat this guy. You went into this game and, I had it dubbed as this is the battle for the number 1 QB. I don't care if you're Mel Kiper or Todd McShay. You can't have Dante Moore as the number 1 QB in the next upcoming draft. You just can't do it. You can't do it. I'm a Dante Moore fan. I like Dante Moore a lot. Can't be the number 1 pick. Can't. He just can't be. Not good enough. Not a good enough performance. It's just not a good enough performance. Chaser, is it like that meme where the guy walks in and everything is on fire? He's got the pizza. He's like, what's happening here? 'Cause that's what it feels like. Call Denver to retrieve Bo. I think Bo's years of eligibility are long gone. I think Bo's eligibility is gone. Been long gone. Yeah, that is the worst part. The sad Oregon fans. Interesting development in college football. Lane Kiffin has traveled to Knoxville to see quarterback Sam Levitt, from what I'm seeing from one of the Locked On LSU guys, Matt Moscana. Basically, once the DeMond Williams situation kind of went the way it did, he knew that he had to go and get Levitt. Wow. 2025 Rose Bowl, Oregon down 34-8 at half. 2026 Peach Bowl, 34-7, Oregon down at half. 3rd and goal. Ball on the 3-yard line. Mendoza back to pass, has plenty of time, finds Elijah Surratt again. 48-15. (48-15). It's not good. Frankly, it's just not good. It's disappointing. It sucks to see this. It sucks to continue to deal with this. It's a great throw. It's in between Dylan Thieneman and Bryce Betcher. There's nowhere. They're in the position to make the stop, and they just don't. Threaded the needle. Mendoza's a great QB. It's a touchdown in the National Football League, not just in college. It's an NFL touchdown. Scrolling for my sad Macho Man Randy Savage picture that I can tweet out. Because it's a sad day. It's a bad day. There it is. I need to save this. Sad day, bad day. Sad day, bad day. Oh well. If you were wondering what picture I put out, I'll put that social link here in the chat. Do appreciate everyone who did come in and hang out with us today, man. I did have fun hanging out with you. Dante Moore back to pass as the Ducks are back out on the field. Kenyon Sadiq gets a screen pass. Nowhere for him to go. Nowhere for him to go. And we've already hit the point on the video that, well, they're already starting to look at the Indiana-Miami National Championship game. Dante Moore back to throw. Just a lot of screen passes now. 2nd and 12. Nothing doing there. Nothing doing there. McClellan gets brought down. Gets a yard. This thing's done. Thank you to everyone who came in and hit that like button, by the way. We are 5 likes away over on the main chat from getting to 350. Hit that thumbs up button if you love college football. Signetti still looks grumpy. Dante Moore back to pass. He gets hit as he throws. He does find Decorian Moore. Nice first down for the freshman. Finally starting to show up in a big way. It sucks that he got hurt. How well he had been playing this year. A lot of guys are going to talk about Tony out at Miami and how well he has played as a freshman, and he probably deserves to be, christened with the title top freshman receiver in this class. DeCorian Moore was right there with him. Dante Moore throw over the middle, almost gets intercepted again. Now he's trying to spam the Sadiq button. He's just trying to spam the Sadiq button. Now everyone's talking about Mendoza and the 2025 Hoosiers versus 2029 LSU. I don't know if you want that one. Although the defense for LSU that year wasn't that great. Offense was, though. Dante Moore, play action pass, finds Kenyon Sadiq. Where were these plays? He's going to get 15 yards there. Although, to be fair, a little bit of it is Indiana's now in prevent. Dante Moore in the hurry-up. Ball on the Indiana side of the field. He's going to scramble. Trying to buy some time. Floats one out. Ends up throwing it well out of bounds. Making sure he doesn't take another sack or have a intentional grounding situation. Thank you to everyone tuning in. If you're new to the channel, hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. We're trying to grow that sucker every single day. Shout out to Grant, Phillip, and Ian, Michaela, Spoolin. Shout out to y'all. Thank you for hitting that sub button. Dante Moore back to throw. 2nd and 10. Flips the ball out. Finds Kenyon Sadiq. Hey, as soon as the game was over, guess who showed up? By the way, if you're new here, hit that thumbs up button. Let's make sure we get that like number up. Indiana, I can't believe I'm going to say this. College football national championship game. Hit that subscribe button. Ducks are huddling after that. I think they kind of realize that this is more of a pride thing. They were trying to do some weird like tackle over thing. Fox Crater's going to take, Fox Crater's going to force the Ducks to call a timeout. 8:35 left to go in this one. Yep. I need to let you know about our good friends over at PrizePicks because this episode is brought to you by PrizePicks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the very first time, trying something new can be hard, but in life and on PrizePicks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and PrizePicks lets you take control. New feature alert! PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Find your community on PrizePicks with the new social feeds feature. You can share PrizePicks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow PrizePicks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. PrizePicks is easy to play. Just pick 2 or more players from any sport and pick more or less on their projected stats. You can choose the flex play, where if even one player doesn't hit, you can still win. Or you can choose the power play. Lots of fun over on PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. I'll tell you right now. That guy's the real deal, man. I don't like the way he runs. But he's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. He's been pretty damn good this year. is pretty damn good in this game. Incognito says at least score a field goal, have some pride. I think that the Ducks have shown that they have some pretty good pride. I would say that. I'd say the Ducks showed some pretty good pride. I'm going to change the poll in both of the streams. I will ask you who you got as the national champion. As Dante Moore flips the ball out down the sideline. A lot of contact there from Boykin. Not going to be caught. Not going to be caught. 4th and 4 for the Ducks. I say go for it. Why not? What's the worst thing that happens? You lose by more? I'm going to say Mendoza's brother's going to get into the game here. Let me know who you got there in the comment section. Dante Moore, back to pass, pressured immediately. Don't know how there's not a holding penalty there. Tries to find Decorian Moore. Isn't able to. Indiana gets the ball again. It looks like Fernando Mendoza is going to go out again. I don't know why. That certainly doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me. You would think that he would he'd have somebody else take care of that one. Fire the DC now? Well, if you're talking about the Ducks, Incognito, he's gone. He's a head coach at Cal, and the offensive coordinator is going to be the head coach at Kentucky. So they won't be there anyways. Handoff up the middle. Bounces it to the outside. Big run here for Indiana. Kaelon Black's done for today. Roman Hemby is done for today. That was Martin there on the run for the Hoosiers. Interesting that they're going to leave in Fernando Mendoza, but have backups in every other spot, essentially. Oliver, I'll tell you right now, he's not going to the Rams. He will be in Las Vegas with the Raiders. It's crazy how quickly things changed for Indiana. Got the right coach in. Ball on the 45-yard line of the Hoosiers. They're just going to keep running the football up the middle, and the Ducks just keep biting. It's fake hand. It's a handoff up the middle. Everyone plays hard to the inside, loses outside leverage, and Martin just runs by them. Hoosiers have the ball now on the Oregon side of the field. Just absolute domination. It's absolute domination, man. Absolute domination from the Hoosiers. Signetti. Handoff up the middle. Martin going to get a gain of 3 there. It's just consistent, man. It's just consistent. Ducks haven't been able to do anything. Even if those 3 turnovers are taken off the board, I still think the Ducks lose. I think Indiana's a better team. I think we just watched the best team in college football. Mark, he's leaving him in, I think, just because they're going to have him hand off. There's no opportunity where Mendoza's even going to run. I don't disagree with you, though. Just put the younger brother in. Put the younger brother in. Hand off, left side. Martin's got some space. He gets thrown down to the ground. A smooth operator, yes. We have switched it to who you got in the natty. We have switched it to who you got in the natty. And I know Miami had an impressive win. I don't know how you go with anybody other than that. Kobe Martin, 4 runs, 42 yards. Mendoza in the shotgun, hands the ball off. I guess the day was not done for Kaelon Black because he's going to run into the end zone for a Hoosier touchdown. And Signetti has finally cracked a smile. A skyle. Signetti's Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Signetti cracks a smile for the first time in his life. Yeah, we got there. Spam those TDs over on the main chat, on the Oregon chat. Just keep spamming those Fs. You know where it is. 5:13 left to go in this ball game. VAT is up and good. I think this, if I remember the stat correctly, the Ducks have been outscored in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's like 100 to like 18. Because the last time they got blown out in this game, it wasn't in this game, but the Ducks were playing Georgia. Got absolutely twaxed. This isn't going well, man. This isn't going well. You've seen consistent growth from Dan Lanning as the coach of the Oregon Ducks, but it does feel like whenever they get into that big game where they can take the next step, it's almost like you have to go through the trials and tribulations first. Does this count as an SEC win? No. No. The SEC blows. Nope. It's a little bit of a misnomer. They don't blow, but screw them. It's the Ducks stat line today offensively. It doesn't look terrible. The turnovers. Yep. If you compared Indiana to Oregon, it isn't bad, except for the points and the turnovers. Yeah, because they keep getting first. It's 3rd and 3rd and 2. They do a great job of staying ahead of the sticks. Oregon, Dante Moore back to pass, finds an open receiver, Jeremiah McClellan. Nice first down for the kid. It's butt kicking for the Ducks. It's butt kicking. Dante Moore back to pass, flips the ball out. No one's there. Nobody's there. He just threw that one away. 4:31 left to go in this one. Nice play by McClellan. He's going to get close to that first down. Not going to quite get there. A lot of Hoosier fans very excited. A lot of Hoosier fans very happy. Yeah, it's in your Slack. It's not really built. We're going to do it all at the end. Yeah, we're going to. Yep. Hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Handoff to the left side. Jay Harris going to get close to that first down. Ends up getting there. B Navy, you're rage baiting. Good try. You're trying to rage bait. Slim. Yep, I get it. It's not going to happen. I don't see a team beating this Indiana team. I just don't. They're so good.
We also didn't see Miami beating Ohio State.
Very true. Very true.
So, could be something.
Very true. Dante Moore back to pass, has nobody open. He's just backpedaling and throws this one away. There's no reason right now for Indiana to bring more pressure than they have to. They're getting there with 4. If you can get to a quarterback with 4, you're going to win a lot of football games, man. Don't have to rush all that many. Going to win a lot of football games. Be Navy, it could also be because Saban is ancient. Dante Moore back to throw, flips this ball out to Dier Hill. Nice space there for Hill. He's going to have a first down. Runs through an arm tackle. Love that. That's a guy who's angry. That's a guy who's really angry about this loss and is taking it out on somebody else. And I love that. Just angry, running through a tackle. Dante Moore in the shotgun. He's back to throw, looking for an open receiver. Has one. Did DeCorian Moore just... What was that? Ball was thrown. It looked like DeCorian Moore had an opportunity for it, and then he just alligator armed it so Boykin didn't come in and smoke him. Shelly, I'm sorry for your fandom. Bless you. 137 if you're hanging out with us on the Oregon Football Report. 622 you hanging out with us on the main channel. Hit that thumbs up button, like the video. I know the game wasn't great, but hopefully you thought the stream was. Jeremiah McClellan gets the quick shovel pass. Nowhere for him to go. He's brought down. Going to be 3rd and long for Oregon. They're going to let this one go to the 2-minute timeout, it looks like, which is the smart thing to do. As soon as Indiana gets the ball back, by the way, it's just going to be knee it out. I don't hate that. I do not hate that. Yeah, that's right. 2 minutes left to go in this one. Indiana on its way to Miami. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, Alex, you can take that shot on Indiana, but I think they're pretty happy with where they're at. Speaking of that, a little behind the scenes over on the Oregon Football Report. We're about to put out a video, and this is going to be a short on this is why the Oregon team ended up falling short. That, by the way, Miami. All right. While Cyril's getting that locked and loaded, ready to go for you, you're going to see a little bit behind the scenes action of a short that we're going to put over on the Oregon Football Report. The Oregon football team lost today because the Indiana Hoosiers are better than them. You could blame injuries if you'd like. You could blame poor play by Dante Moore. You could blame poor play by the offensive line. You could blame great play by Fernando Mendoza. You could blame coaching. You can blame whatever you want. It doesn't matter. This Indiana Hoosiers team was better than the Oregon football team today, and frankly, I think they're always going to be better than this Oregon football team. If you played this game 10 times, Indiana wins it all 10 times, and that sucks. It was a great year for the Oregon Ducks. We're starting to see new heights, but unfortunately, this Oregon football team just not quite there yet. Not quite ready for prime time. Thank you guys for tuning in, and make sure you subscribe to the Oregon Football Report. We got videos coming to you all college football off season long. Andrew you make me want to shout. No. Although Miami could go toe-to-toe with Indiana on the interior. I will say that. If any team is going to be able to do that, Andrew, by the way, beer cheers to you. If anybody is able to do that, it would be that Miami team. Also, by the way, because of Andrew, if you guys send in a 20, we'll do that beer boot. Someone feels frisky and sends in a 20, we'll pound that beer boot. That's how close we are. But we're not going to do it if we don't get that 20 in. Cool. 3rd and 12 for the Ducks. Thank you, Miami. I'm glad you had a good time. Glad you had a good time, man. It is after Laser. It is just sad. It's okay, though. Next year. Next year. A lot of thank yous going on right now over on the ESPN stream. I guess that's not what it's called. Dante Moore back to throw. Finds Jamari Johnson, who makes a couple guys miss. Gets a first down, and he's running. He is free. Is he going to score? Not quite. Brought down on the 1-yard line. Jamari Johnson doesn't know when to say uncle. Apparently neither do the Oregon Ducks. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right because the Ducks are in the PrizePicks red zone. Great job there by Johnson. Not saying uncle. Not saying uncle. Good job. Ball on the 2-yard line. Dante Moore hands the ball off up the middle. Nothing doing for the Ducks. Nowhere for them to go. Second and goal for the Ducks now. Second and goal for the Ducks. Bryce Betcher just looks sad, and I feel him. I feel it. Dante Moore back to throw. Gets this ball up into the end zone. Not going to be caught. That was to Salah. To his other tight end. Unable to make that play. There's a flag down. That short is out over on the Oregon Football Report, if you'd like to check it out. Can hit. Oh. Can hit that sub link right there. It was a defensive pass interference. That is what I said. Smooth operator. There you go. There's that sub link if you'd like. So defensive pass interference on 1st and goal. Dante Moore sailed that ball over his intended receiver. Oregon, with 29 seconds left on the clock, they're just playing for pride now. Want to get a touchdown here. Make the loss look a little bit less. Indiana brings pressure. Dante Moore pulls it on what should have been a run. Doesn't matter. Touchdown, Oregon. Ducks are able to get into the end zone. It's not going to look as bad as it should have been. Roger Salapaga ends up getting into the end zone for the Ducks. 56-21. Hit those TDs in the Oregon chat. Hit those TDs in the Oregon chat. I don't know after Laser. They're just bringing in Hoover. I don't know if you've watched a lot of TCU football this year. That Hoover kid is frickin' good. Indiana's just going to reload next year. They're just going to reload. 56-22 because the PAT is good. Cignetti looks angry again. Can't believe he still looks angry. Hit that sub button over on the Oregon Football Report. We have 141 of you hanging out with us. And I know that a lot of that is just because people want to see me cry sad tears. Shout out to Grant Adams and Mattern remembers Waz. Thank you guys for hitting that sub button on the channel. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. I would think that Fernando Mendoza is done, although he's getting his helmet back on. What are we doing? Right. I'm so with you, Searle, on that. Let the brother get a snap. That's ridiculous. Alberto Mendoza? There's 22 seconds left. Like, who cares? Apparently, Ducks are going to kick this one deep, waving the white flag. Indiana's going to come out on the field, and they're going to take one knee. And that'll be that. A lot of crying over on the Oregon sideline. I get it. Game didn't go the way that they wanted it to. Game did not go the Ducks' way. And I think the most unfortunate part of this whole thing, and they are not letting Alberto take the knee. Weird. I think the most unfortunate thing about this game is that you came into it with such high hopes, and if you're a Duck fan and you end up not coming out on top, you know, it is what it is as Mendoza takes the knee and ends this game. If it's close like Ole Miss, Miami, hey, man, you worked your butt off. You put yourself in a position, but you didn't end up coming down. To get this much of a BTA situation, you just got to be sad. You got to be sad. You got to be disappointed. Lanning went right to Fernando Mendoza to shake his hand, tell him good job. Lanning and Cignetti, they meet over at the middle. Have a nice little handshake there. And now Cignetti's going to go talk to Molly McGrath. A lot of people trying to chase down Mendoza. He just keeps running around. There was my former offensive coordinator, Zach Tinker. That shook his hand. Not even kidding. Well, it was not a good game for the Oregon Ducks. Ty, man, I don't know yet. We'll know more later. Here's Mendoza's final stat line. Kid was perfect today. The yards aren't going to blow you away. Didn't need to. He was perfect. Threw a ball away, had another ball that got knocked down to the ground that honestly could have been a PI. He was perfect. Didn't miss anything. When you look at the two-headed monster for the rushing attack that is the Indiana Hoosiers, Roman Hemby, pretty good game. Honestly, a little bit lesser than from what he's used to, but I still didn't hate it. Kaelon Black, good game. Ran for over 5 yards to carry. Indiana, it felt like they ran the ball early in this game, put themselves in a position where they could get easy first downs. Indiana dominated. Every receiver that you want to talk about came away with a good play, came away with a good catch, came away with the touchdown. Game was over when it started. Dante Moore threw a pick six on the first play, and at no point did Oregon have a chance of leading this game. They tied it up. That was the best that they could do at 7-7. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We always really appreciate it. If you're an Oregon Duck fan, now the offseason begins. We're going to have a video out on the channel today, and I promise you that you will be kept up to date as much as possible, which means you will be kept up to date on the Oregon Football Report on the latest happenings with the Oregon Ducks in the transfer portal in the 2026 offseason, and as we ramp back up for college football to rejoin us in next August. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it here at Chat Sports. And catch you guys next time. Let's go Ducks.